and getting up to date. But we have early access to the early access event right here, sponsored by Wizards of the Coast. Thank you for the previews account. And so we're going to go ahead and look at some decks. I have written down some decks that we could have going right into all of this. One deck that I have is Rogue Mill. And so what I did is I just kind of grabbed some of the decks that are still relevant today. But we're going to go ahead and actually kind of create this here. And we're first just going to select our format. We're going to go, well, I guess we're going to go standard. All right, and let's see here. We're going to go ahead and craft the decks. And all right, so we're going to go ahead and craft these suckers. All right, so let me see here. Let me see if all things are operational here. On all the ends that I'm seeing everything, so we can just kind of dive right in, no worries. So if you're viewing this a little bit later, yeah, if you're viewing this on a repeat, just go ahead and skip. Just skip the first couple minutes. All right, because as I'm trying to get everything kind of going here. So yeah, so this is kind of what we're going to be doing here. And tra-la-la-la. Let's see here. All right. So let's see. All right. So we're going to go ahead and do some deck building here. All right, so there's a lot of cards that we need to be looking at here. In particular, the white-black is going to be the thing. So we're going to call this the mill deck. And we also have to look at the lands here. And so let's make our search go down to Zendikar Rising. Okay. All right, so we see all these flip lands here. So we definitely want 4 of these. So we're going to craft 4 of these right here. All right. Craft them all. Okay, because that's definitely going to be a thing right there. You can flip them. So that's what the number one thing that we're going to go ahead and put in the deck right here. Our sideboard is kind of irrelevant. So the deck, and let's see if we can build it any other way here. Give you the option. Okay, there we go. So we're going to put these 3, 4 in there, because that would definitely add to the mana base. All right, so the other things I have going in the Rogue Mill deck is definitely Zareth. If you're not familiar with him, you're going to be. Zareth, so that's the craft, and we're just going to craft. We're just going to go ahead and Pound Town and craft a bunch of these guys. Yeah, we're just going to craft them. All right, let's take advantage of this opportunity here. I have 3 of these guys coming in, so they'll be available right down there. Let's also take the time to go ahead and Soaring Thought. So let's just type in the keyword Thought. There's going to be a lot of synergy in here. So whenever an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, rogues you control get +1/+0. When 1 or more rogues you control attacks, each opponent mills 2. And this is going to be a mill deck. All right, so this is going to be a big mill deck for us. All right, 1, 2, how many things I got in here? I got 4. Okay, so I was going to make this a Sultai deck because there's a lot of interaction here. But let's just go to another card called Nima. And I just have 2 of these being crafted inside the deck. Realistically, just 2 of these suckers are just going to be crafted in there. So we're going to go ahead and jump right into that. Then what I have written down, I was up real late last night. Hold on for a second. Sorry about that. I take a personal phone call. All right. What I have right here is Nighthawk. So these are going to be the key words here. Is Nighthawk Scavenger, and I have 3 of these going in, and then I'm going to go over the reasons why instead of just slapping cards around and just doing all that. All right, so we're going to go ahead 1, 2, 3. So this says it's got Flying, Death Touch, and Lifelink, which is incredible. And it says its power is equal to 1 plus the number of card types among cards in your opponent's graveyards. So it's kind of like a, you know what it kind of is like? It's kind of like a, what's it called? Termaggoyf kind of thing. On a 3 cost. So that's going to be, I think, an underrated card. So that's going to has to go in there. So as you can see right here, we're already starting to mill Zan the Trickster. Yeah, Angsty, I don't know. So I'm just gonna have to craft as they go. Yeah. Good question, though. Yeah, it would make things a little easier. Alright, so this guy right here, he's got Flash, he's a 4/4. So you're like, I mean, that's, or assuming he's cost 5 mana, but pay 4, return an unblocked attacking rogue you control to its owner's hand, and then put this onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. So it's kind of like what we saw, it's kind of like that ninja effect that we saw a while ago. And then it says when it deals damage to a player, you may put target permanent card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. So you can just rip things out of their graveyard, put it on the battlefield. So yeah, in Jitsu, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, I was playing it in a cube. A lot of us, here's what we do. There's been like a tradition, the week after New Year's, so not New Year's weekend, but the New Year's after, we all get into like a vintage cube. And some of the cards are proxied, some are not. Again, it's an unsanctioned tournament, so it doesn't matter. Or it's not a tournament, I mean, it's not sanctioned or anything. And there's some people that will actually just draft like what you just said, the ninjutsu cards, because they're pretty sneaky. So we'll play like a vintage cube. All right, so then we have this guy. So look at the synergy already. We're building a road deck. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent mills two cards. So as long as your opponent has 8 or more cards in your graveyard, rogues you control get +1/+0. And then whenever one or more rogues you control attacks, each opponent mills 2, which is very important with a card that we're going to add a little bit later. But let me add Skydiver. And where's this guy at right here? Okay, so he's just a rogue. He's a 2/1. But with people playing with equipment, and this card is going to be really good in Eternal formats, where they have like mana crypts and stuff like that. So you pay 2, and then it has kicker of X, okay? And it enters the battlefield. If it was kicked, gain control of target artifact with mana cost X or less. If the artifact has an equipment, you attach it onto this. So I think it has more value in like Eternal formats that just absolutely, like, even like EDH, like Commander, where they just want to play with like a Soul Ring and just like drop down like a Mox, whatever type of Mox, a black, you just take it, right? I mean, you just take it. So we're going to add, for that sake, we're going to craft 2 of those and add those in there. Because gosh only knows what people are going to play with, what equipment cards. So I think that renders 2, and it's a rogue. It plays into what we're doing. The other thing I had down was the new crab. I think it's a crab. It reminds me of Hendren Crab. Okay, this guy. So 4 of these are going into the deck. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent mills 3 cards. And this is the reason why I was going to make it Soul Tie. Yeah, there's a mill rogue card that's in M21 that I'll be getting to. But we're going to add 4 of these crabs. Alright, now I have... Let's just stay in these colors, because now we have the zip through these colors. And there was a flyer in here. I literally just have flyer written down. Let's see here. Maybe it was another rogue. We got him. Not so much. Jace, Miror Mage, I don't think goes in the deck. Not this one. I was going to make it Soul Tie. And there is a reason why I was going to make this Soul Tie, because Soul Tie has that landfall and has Lotus Cobra. So if I look at, like, we'll just type in Cobra. I don't think people realize how good this is going to be. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color. So not only do you get the mana that comes into play, but you also get another source. So, like, you could literally consistently get a lot of mana on that battlefield on, like, your turn 3. Because you drop this down turn 2, turn 3, you drop down a land, but then you get an additional land. So technically you get 4 mana with just Lotus Cobra. So that's why I was going to make this deck Soul Tie with the new... I'm just actually just going to make this thing here. I have a deck lined up for this. So we're just going to craft him and just get that out of the way. And I will be trying to go Mythic with that deck. Oh yeah, that is a good thing. I might actually have to do that. The Whisper. For some odd reason, I have the name Flyer marked down. And what the heck was I thinking about? Alright. Let's see. We got the Skydivers. How many cards do I have? I have 42. So I have 16 slots left. Alright. Well, I know what one of my slots was. So let's go hit the M20 button. Hit OK. And I'm looking for Rogue. Man, I had a flyer in here. That's so annoying. Okay. So here's some rogues. There's a lot of rogues in the game. Okay, this rogue. Yep. So we're going to craft a whole playset out of that. Yep. I was going to drop Brazens in here too. So this says a flash. Whenever it enters the battlefield, under your control, each opponent mills 2 cards. As long as the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it gets +2/+1 in death touch. And it says whenever this or another rogue. So notice the theme here. We're just milling the crap out. And then hopefully take their crap from their graveyard. Kind of like a pseudo scarab god type of effect on this negative, the minus ability here. All right. I don't know. That thing's pretty good right here, just in general. We're not gonna play with it in this deck, but flying death touch haste. It costs 1 less to cast for each creature in your party, which are like rogues, clerics, and wizards. And then it says other creatures you control have death touch. That's really good. And then whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a planeswalker, destroy that planeswalker. So it's pretty hateful against planeswalkers, and this can cost relatively quick in a Rakdos deck. We all know Rakdos is pretty quickly. But let's see here. Yeah, here's a flip land right here. Clear pathway. If that's what you're talking about. Unless you talk about another one. Let's see here. Maybe that's what I meant by flyers. Maybe this is the flyer that I meant. We're just going to do a playset of these. I can't think about whatever the flyer. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. So we have these down. So, again, I was going to make this Soul Tie Oh, by the way, we need the mill card. Just pure example. All right, we'll take advantage of our 20,000 rares here. All right, so each opponent mills 8 cards. If this was kicked, instead each opponent mills half the library. So you could actually do like Lotus Cobra. This is what I was thinking. Okay, this is my original idea. At like 3 o'clock in the morning, my original idea was to go. We'll hit landfall. We'll just put landfall as our keyword. My original idea was to grab the 4 Nissas right here, or 2 Nissas. So let's read the new Nissa. So whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a loyalty counter on Nissa. And +1, and basically you get the same thing that Nissa Who Shakes the World has got, right? Except it only lasts till end of turn and it has menace. But it's -5. You may put a creature card with convert mana cost less than or equal to the number of lands you control onto the battlefield from your hand with 2+1/+1 counter. So that's pretty good. And there's an elemental in the game. I think it's, what is it? It's it should be under the keyword landfall. It's not that. It's not that. Oh, what was that big guy? Costs 6. I know it, like, I can picture him in my head. Oh yeah, that I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Let's see here. That's not it. Where's this guy at? It's the thing's ridiculous. The thing's ridiculous. Is he an elemental? Okay, this thing right here. All right, I'm just gonna craft 4 of them. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, never mind. It says whenever you play, you can play lands from your graveyard. If a land entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So, like Lotus Cobra, you can really ramp Lotus Cobra like straight through the roof, because Lotus Cobra would give you now 2 mana. So you'd get 1 mana for your mana coming into play. Then you'd get 2 additional colors. So for every turn you'd get 3 mana, pretty much. You get like almost like a Black Lotus every turn. It'd be like a Black Lotus every single turn. So I was actually going to make this a Sultai deck. I was going to splash in a Lotus Cobra, adjust the land, but he's pretty good. But we'll save him for later. We'll save him with like Euro Titan and stuff like that, where we're going to really ramp. All right. So let's get to the drawing board here. Let's go to, since this is not going to be Sultai, let's go back to Rogue. Yeah, I can see what you're saying with this one. It's pretty darn good. Pretty cool card. Oh. Yep. Hey Gore, how's it going? Oh, by the way, guys, try out the just at work. I put in some emotes for you guys that you could use. And I don't know if it's going to trigger. I'll have to see. Let me try. Let me see the command here. Nope. Yeah, into the story, drown in the lock. If you guys type in, I think, an exclamation and a Rick, you'll get that like woo, like Ric Flair. You get Macho Man. I was working on that like last night like crazy. Okay, so how many slots do we have? We got 6 slots left. And we have 26 creatures. Yeah, Drown on the Lock would be a good card here. Let me just take off my search here. Okay. Yeah, Drown on the Lock would be a good card. Into the Story would be good too. Rankle is a rogue. Rankle's a rogue. When it enters the battlefield, target opponent mills 2 cards. How many rogues do we have? We have 22. What if we just take her out and put in... what do you think? Take this out and put in Rankle? Yeah, or Brazen. I don't want to craft any more of these. Alright, take out of craft mode. I'm thinking we just board in Rankle. Or, if I could spell it right, we'll just put rank. Yeah, Into the Story and Drown in the Lock is going to be really good here. Shoot. There's even that 1 card adventure card where you pay 1 and they mill 4 cards. Like, you know that 1 card I'm talking about, player mills. It's from Aldrain. It's an adventure spell. It's just like straight up, just like they just mill 4 cards. Yeah, that target player mills 4 cards. This is tough. The Overwhelming Apprentice also does a really good job too, because it actually, you get the scry for 2 and it actually like fixes your hand. Crap. So far we have 22 rogues. Yikes. We only got 2 more slots. If I take out... Oops, if I take out rank, we have 5 slots. How about we put... 3 of these in here. And then put into the story. We'll put 2 of those. Because that allows us to draw cards. Or, you know what? We could even do, actually, that 5/4 flyer. I'm trying to do both. There's that 5/4 flyer. If you have, yeah, Gargoyle, that would be perfect for this deck. That would utterly be perfect for the deck. Let's see here. I mean, Drown in the Loch's really good. There's just so much we could stuff in here. We only have so many cards. I think putting 2 into the stories is just smart because they already do that. No. How many rogues do we have? We have 21 rogues. We got Drown in the Loch. The question is, how good is Merfolk Secret Keeper? So I think it just depends if we want to go for mill or kill. Right? Like, we're loaded with 28 creatures. So I'm thinking the Gargoyle is going to be the better of the 2. I mean, you really cannot beat a 5/4 flyer on 2. Then we'll have the Temple Land, right? I'm only going to put 2 of these Temple Lands in the deck because I really don't want things coming to play tap too much. Oops. What's our color scheme? So we have 28. Actually, let's take 2 black out, put in Temple of Deceit. We can absolutely... Yeah, I mean, I think the crab gets more value in Sultai, where you can actually, like, just have more landfall synergies and just really just net your opponent out. But also, I can't make this too competitive, because we don't want to kill, like, I don't want to kill other people. like my life gain deck, I really watered it down last time for M21, the early access, and like nobody wanted to play versus me. Because I was just killing people. We were just killing people so quick. Alright. So I think we'll just leave it here and see how it goes. We got 24 land, 28 creatures, a curve of 2.3, 21 rogues. So I think this will be pretty good here for the rogue deck here. And then we'll just go forward with it. You know, sideboard's irrelevant because we're playing the best of one. So I think that's it. Save and exit. We'll call the deck Rogue Mill. We'll go ahead and do that. And play a rogue matchup. Put this over for 1 second just to make sure everything's firing. I'll be doing it right back. Let me just see. So let me see here. I'll have the screen come right back on. I just want to see what it shows and everything. But Mill just got a lot better. Holy crap. I just don't want our opponents looking at us like, you know, like, I don't know if I want to play against him. Alright. So let me take this Keld off here. Oops, and it should have went to... Oop. It gave you guys the wrong game capture. I should have went to... Hold on. Keep opening hand. Sorry about this, guys. Hold on, a little technical difficulty here. It's showing you my let's see if that pops up. Okay, there you go. Alright. So there it goes. Okay, so we're gonna keep this hand. Bring this in here. We'll mill one for 2. Genesis Ultimatum. Alright, so we'll bring this down, and we're just going to go ahead and play with a 5/4. Attack with a rogue. Lotus Cobra. Nice. One for 8. Attack them with those two. Alright, they get an extra one for the Lotus Cobra. Q. Alright, so this right here, this retreat card, whenever land enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 white creature token or put +1/+1 on each creature you control. Has vigilance. So we can take a creature from the graveyard. This is right here. Okay. Do we want one of their creatures? Let's try this out. Okay, I do have the mana. Alright, I guess that's the ability you have to do. We'll do that. Kind of cool. Alright, so our mill deck, our rogue mill deck. Jeez. We already got 12 cards in their graveyard. So they're playing with a Lotus Cobra, Heart of Keld, Genesis Ultimatum. Alright. That's what they're doing right there. But we have this 5/4 flyer. Alright, so let's see here. What do we want to do? Okay, so this says whenever return on a block rogue you control to its owner's hand. Alright, so we don't have that yet. So let's just attack for 5 in there. Bring this guy down. Bring this rogue down. We'll just pass our turn. Sweet. Another Lotus Cobra. So his whole deck is trying to get that Genesis Ultimatum out, like really cheat that out as fast as he can. Cultivates. And then kind of use this whenever land enters the battlefield, create a 2/2 white token. We'll resolve all. So whenever a land comes into play, he creates a 2/2 white creature token. So I'm guessing he's going to do that in the early game. But we have so many flyers in this deck. Yep, good game. We got Drown on the Lock. Yep. So this rogue... this rogue mill deck is pretty strong here. Just to kind of go over it. So it's got 21 rogues in here. Whenever this or another rogue enters the battlefield, each opponent mills 2 cards. Kind of cool. Then as long as the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it's 2/2/1. Kind of a theme in the deck, because right here into the story, if an opponent has 7 or more cards in their graveyard, draw 4 cards. This costs 3 less to cast. If an opponent has 7 more cards, I should say that. The other part is if an opponent has 7 or more cards in their graveyard, this can attack. So yeah, it's really just a silent assassin. And then this thing right here, flying, death touch, lifelink, its power is equal to 1 plus number of card types among cards in your opponent's graveyard. So this thing is like a Termagoyf in Modern onto a flyer type of thing. So this thing's like really good so far. Alright, so let's dive right in. But it's pretty cool so far. So far, so good. All right. So, what we got here is Merfolk, Wind Robbers, flying, it's a 1/1. When it deals damage to a player, that player mills a card. You can sacrifice it, draw a card. And you can only do this if they have 8 or more cards. Okay, so this thing is just going to get played in Modern right here. Alright, so let's just bring this guy down. So far we see a lot of people playing with the Lotus Cobra. Alright, we're just going to bring this down. Whenever another rogue attacks, they mill 2. And there's a Lotus Cobra again. Then when it deals damage to a player, they mill 2 more. Look at that. So far we're just seeing ramp. The ramp strategies seem to be played pretty heavily. And there's us with our jank, our little mill. Look at these bombs. So whenever one or more rogues you control attacks, each opponent mills 2 cards. And when this deals damage to a player, that player mills a card. And they're all flyers. Like... Right. Certainly this is a good card. We got options, guys. Let's drop him down. Oh, he's got Euro Titan. Whoops. Well, we played right into his deck, didn't we? Can we get it? Wait, hold on. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may put target card from a graveyard, not player's graveyard, into the battlefield under your control. Well, let's mill him for... Let's... Mill him for 8. That's a 7/3. With with lifelink is a death toucher. So Omnoth, when it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, you gain 4 life. This is the first time, so there he goes. If it's the second time, add 4 mana. If it's the third time, it deals 4 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. So, what they're doing is playing with Lotus Cobra and Genesis ultimatums. And that seems to be the thing that they're doing. Guys, I'm really not trying to beat the crap out of them. I'm really not trying to. I'm just trying to, like, this deck is watered down. It really is. Like, I have 1 Rankle in the deck. I mean, alright, we'll go for it again. I just can't believe we're just blowing through people with this little deck. Alright, we got those 2 babies. We got that baby. This deck is a really smooth... I'm gonna build this thing. It's a really smooth deck. The sick part is you can make this better. Okay, so what's this thing do? Priesthood limit is equal to the number of creatures in your party. At the beginning of your combat of your turn, if you have a full party, target creature is +1 against flying. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring this guy down. I tried to make this as many cards as I could that were the most current. Like, I didn't... try to, like, max out the deck like crazy. I see, like, a lot of people are playing with, like, a lot better decks than we are. Card-wise, they are. But here we go. Robber of the Rich. We're gonna take a beating there. Alright, we're gonna drop this right here. When a rogue comes into play, you go 2. Oh, he's got Embercleaves and everything. there's us. The few, the proud, the little millers. This thing's a 7/3 death touch flying. It's freaking crazy. Let's kill that. Let's try to kill another one of these. See what that does. We'll put this as blue, which is a rogue. Yikes. Alright, this thing's a beast. It has lifelink as long as it has 5 or more counters on it. Whenever another non-token creature you control. Okay. Destroy that creature. Oh, he was playing with Embercleave and everything. Maybe he's got something for this. Holy crap. All right. So there's our rogue deck. So I think the mill deck's going okay. All right, so I'm just going through everything. All right. All right, so Mill's looking pretty good so far. Q. We got Rogue Mill. Should we come up with another deck? Because it just seems like it's just killing opponents like it's nothing. I'll give it one more go. All right. So we go first. We have this flip land. And look at all that. So we have here when this enters play, they mill 2. This rogue gets bigger. It's got Death Touch lifelink. Its power is equal to +1 plus the number of cards in the graveyard. So we just lead off with this. Mill 2. So this deck is so far 3-0. Not even close. Maybe he's playing with mill too. Oh, there he goes. Nice. Let's go black here. Oops. Attacks. I meant to drop blue. My bad. Like the crab with the fabled passage. Me not dropping blue really hurt. Pretty bad. Yep, I meant to drop this guy. Right. No attacks, so it's mill versus mill. It's mill versus mill. This deck so far is 3-0. This thing's been a beast. Alright, so we're gonna do blue. Whenever rogue enters the battlefield, they mill 2. Drop in another rogue. Alright, drops that in. And we gain some life. We sacrifice this to draw a card, end our turn. Yep. So we're down to 38 cards. Yep. We mill for 2. Pass. Get nailed. Yep, Vandra's Guard. So they have the same idea that we have. Yep. Oops. Oops, nice. That's what I meant. Alright, let's see here. Let's see, I'm gonna draw a card. Oh, we'll get Rankle. My turn. Ooh. How about we make this a blue? Very convenient. Let's see, do they have a creature card that we want? Alright, let's just attack. Oh, this has to be when it deals damage to a player. Let's see if we can just play this out. Turn. Okay, I'm having trouble with this card. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may put that permanent card. Okay. He's gonna crab us. We're down to 31 cards. He's down to 36. He's got this gargoyle. He can attack or block with him. We also have a gargoyle as well. Let's Drown and lock a gargoyle there. Each player mills a card. We each mill a crab. So that's kind of cool. We each mill a crab. Alright. Now let me read this card carefully. Turn. Alright. Alright, brings out a thief. Alright. He's going to draw a card. Alright, then bring down a gargoyle. Card. We both lose Drown on the Lock. So he mills a card, we both lose Drown on the Lock. Here. This is pretty cool. Mill versus mill. Alright. So the beast that we had, this thing's just been a beast. Flying, death touch, lifelink, power is equal to one plus a number of card types among cards in your opponent's graveyard. It's been just like dominant as crap. We both have those rogues right there. We have Rankle too. Return an unblocked attacking rogue you control to its owner's hand. From your hand onto the battlefield, tap and attacking when it deals combat damage to a player. Okay, so let's just do. He can kill Rankle, but let's just do this. So he comes into play. He's a rogue. He'll mill 2. Next to attackers. He's got 30 cards left. We got a paltry 21. But not only is this deck aggressive, I mean, not only is it just a mill deck, but it's aggressive. I didn't think this deck would be that strong. Like, we literally just put this together. It's like... literally just put this thing together. Alright, and here's the deck, and it's just like... good God. Sorry. This is watered down. You know, I try not to make it so strong. But there's a lot going on. So our creature base is 28 creatures. We're loaded to the gills. We have 21 rogues constituting 75% of our creatures. Now, whenever this or another rogue enters the battlefield, each opponent mills 2 cards. And as long as the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, it gets +2/+1 and death touch What makes this so important is that this is a 5/4 for 2 mana. It can't attack unless defending player has 7 or more cards. And it can't block unless you control 4 or more or have 4 or more in your graveyard. Then you tap it, each opponent mills a card. But notice the theme here. You can draw 4 cards, but this costs 3 less to cast if they have 7 or more cards in their graveyard. So, but let's look at our graveyard removal now. So again, whenever a rogue comes into play, they mill 2 cards. Then let's go at the 2 spot. This is a 1/3 flyer, flash flying. As long as an opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, rogues you control get +1/+0. But whenever 1 or more rogues you control attack, each opponent mills 2 cards. We have 2 Drown in the Locks, 2 Gargoyles. So I didn't think this deck would be... I kind of watered it down. You know. I originally was going to go with 2 Rankles. I went down to 1. So that's kind of the whole thing there. So it's kind of just like a rogue deck thing that we got going on. So, we're just able to slice through the opponents here. So we'll play another one. People were like, is he playing the mill deck? I'm like, heck yeah, we are. So that's pretty cool. Alright, so kind of an iffy hand here, but we'll keep it. We can draw on the blue pretty quickly. So we'll keep the deck. And here we go, another Genesis Ultimatum deck. Not good. We got another black. But every single time a rogue comes into play, they mill 4. Ooh, there's Drown in the Lock. He's a rogue, so he's gonna mill another 4. He's gonna mill another 4 for every rogue that comes into play. Mill 4. Yeah, it's just this mill deck. Wow. I mean, it's even watered down. The deck's watered down. Wow. Didn't think it'd be that strong. I mean... Yeah, we're just beating... I feel so bad because they're not... I mean... Like, we're 5-0. And it's not even like... We're 5-0, but it's not even like a... Like, we had no competition. They're playing with, like, Genesis Ultimatum, Euro Titans... we're just flying through them. I mean, honestly, the crabs, if I was going to make this like really octane, the crabs don't really serve that much of a purpose in the deck. I'd probably add like one more Vantros Gargoyle. I'd probably add like Brazen Borrower. Just crazy. Let's see his full potential. Well, during these events, you want people to play with their deck. You know what I mean? Like, you really want people to be able to play with their deck, but they're, like, just quitting. Just, like... And I'm just like... See, this happened to me last time. And then nobody wanted to do any... nobody wanted to do any challenges. It's like... So we got a second, we got a slow hand, so maybe this will be like a little bit more fair and balanced. I mean, this is a slow hand. We're going second, it's fair and balanced. Here we go. Alright, what are they going to play, y'all? He's like, is it going to be that mill deck? Is he playing it? No. Alright, Temple of Deceit. Yep, we got a Miller. Okay, so he's playing with Radkos. His deck should be fast. I mean, Radkos... Yep, so they're playing with a lot of Elder Giants, stuff like that, so... Let's see here... What do we do here? I will mill him for 8. It's Miller time. I was going to call this deck Miller Light, because we're playing with like a lighter version of it. Oh, his deck is just nasty. I guess I'd take that. Well, that's what I'm saying. But we played decks where they had Genesis Ultimatum, Lotus Cobra, Euro Titan. Like, those are decks that I think would be, like, really good decks. Let's do this. When this enters the battlefield, he mills 2 more. And we'll just sit back and wait. He's got flash flying. He's got death touch. We'll let that go through. I mean, look at this. What is this? A 6/4? Has the power and toughness equal to... Okay. We're gonna mill 2 more. He's got 35 cards left. Oh, we can draw 4 cards right here too. We'll attack with a rogue, so he's gonna mill 2 more. I could have played this ninja. I could have played this and snatched a card from his graveyard. Oh, my bad. We could have stole one of these, or... He's probably like, why didn't he just do that? He's just, like, he saw my hand. So far, these modal lands, I think they're going to be good in a 2-color, but in a 3-color, I don't know. I think the shock lands had a little bit of value there. He's got a 7/4 trample. Let me draw 4 cards and think about it. Alright, we'll do that. Alright, so let me just read this card. Return an unblocked attacking rogue you control to its owner's hand. Tap in attacking. Okay, so what does he have that we'd want? This guy right here. Let's just try it. What does it say? Return an unblocked. Okay. So if he's not blocking it, we'll return this back to our hand. Take 4, we get to take something from his graveyard. So he'll take 4, we get to take a card from his graveyard, put on the battlefield. Let's grab that guy. That is just so sick. We can do it again next turn too. That's the sick part. Alright, let's go ahead and attack. Let's do it for this cost again. Oh, that's so sick. We're just gonna take his crap. Oh, put that in the graveyard. Oh, I made a mistake there. Oops. Dang it. I got... Alright, so I grabbed the wrong one. I got too overzealous there. He's probably like... Ah. Alright. He's got 22 cards left. We got 43. It's our turn. Let's bring this guy in. The rogue. 2 more. I think he's got, if I'm not mistaken, he does have a kill spell in his hand, doesn't he? 7/3 Death Touch Lifelinker. He's down to 15 cards. So here's what we got on the battlefield. So he brings down a 12/4 trample. I guess that's relevant. Is a 13/5 trample. Okay, what's this thing do? The beginning of your combat, exile target red, white, or black creature, create a token as a copy of it, gains haste until end of turn. How many cards do they have left? 13. Whenever you attack with a rogue, you mill 2 cards. Says haste. Each creature you control gets +1/+0 for each time it attacked. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you get an additional attack phase. So basically, it's like a Relentless Assault. If you guys go back to Visions, there's a Visions card back in the 1990s. It was called Relentless Assault. Those 2 colorless, 2 red. And that card is utterly deadly. Back then it was deadly, so by today's standards. He's only got 13 cards left. Can we mill him to death? 2, 2, 2. See, we can cast. Yeah, I think we can mill him. I think we can mill him. Call the deck Miller's Light. So that's our board. So here's the thing. His attack phase is over, right? Yeah. Okay, so here's what we can do. I should have dropped the crab and mill for 3. We'll drop this in. He mills 2. He's down to 11. We bring this down. Mills 2. He's down to 9. Down to 9 cards. We bring this in. He mills 2 more, and then whenever we attack, nope, he's still alive. He's got 3 cards left. Turn. All right. Yeah, so we would have won the game. If I would have dropped this crab down here, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, each player mills 3. I played my land first before I did that. So he would have lost. He's got a 14/5 trample. We have an 8/3 death touch with lifelink. And you have to remember, whenever one or more rogues you control attacks, each opponent mills 2 cards. So they're all rogues. So I don't I think this is going to be our first Miller. Q. Oh. He's got a good deck idea, though, guys. I mean, like fundamentally, a really good deck. Yeah, we're 7-0, 6-0. I'm not trying to be, but he had a really good deck concept. His deck was did you see his deck? His deck was vicious. He just didn't get to play with it, but you know, his deck was pretty darn good. Well, all right. Let's see. Play another match. Whoa. Let's see, rock me off. All right. So our opponent goes first. Again, not that big of an aggressive hand here. Just kind of playing chill. Oops, I misplayed a land. I meant to drop that into play. Yep. So whenever this deals combat damage to a player, that player mills a card. You can sacrifice this and draw a card. You can only do that if they have 8 or more in their graveyard. Then whenever a rogue attacks, they mill 2 cards. So here we go again, another Genesis Ultimatum type of deck. With Lotus Cobra. Ramp is not beating our deck so far. Cultivate. So they're really trying to push out that Genesis Ultimatum. Oh, is there anything we want from his graveyard? No. Scry. Mill for 8. Let's bring this down. And let's attack with these 2. Now understand, it's not for each rogue. Whenever 1 or more rogues you control attacks. So it's not like if you attack with 4 rogues, you're going to mill 8. Just 2. So, where's aggressive decks? Cultivate. So we're seeing a lot of like Ugin kind of Genesis Ultimatum type stuff. It's just we just haven't allowed anybody to fully do it yet, and maybe my misplay on turn 1 will allow them to do it. Alright, so... yeah, so far we're 8-0. Let's have them mill 8 cards. Actually... yeah, have them mill for 8. Look at that, Euro Titan, Shark Typhoons. Ugins, Kenrith. Alright, we'll drop another rogue down. End turn. So we can sacrifice this, draw a card, because they have 8 or more in the graveyard. And we ever attack with a rogue, 1 or more, we mill 2 cards. And this card is devastating. Its power is equal to the number of 1 plus the number of card types among in their opponent's graveyard. So these are typically like 6/3s and 7/3s. Let's resolve everything that he's doing. We have into the story, draw 4 cards. This dude. Alright. So he's gonna gain some life off here. This deck's crazy. And we played some tough decks. Euro Titan, Genesis Ultimatum, Ugin. This seems to be the #1 deck being played with. Hands down. So he needs to gain all that life because he has to contend with our flyers. Unless he's got a board wipe. Which is very possible. So let's see here. Well, anything can go. Ugin, Genesis Ultimatum. I was telling you guys, Lotus Cobra, he's going to copy one of our creatures. And then he gets to fight a creature that we... Alright. Brings out another Euro Titan. Alright. Now this works really well with Fabled Passage, right, Lotus Cobra? Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, add 1 mana of any color. So you can add Fabled Passage, search for another mana, and just, you know, double it. So I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the Lotus Cobras out, then just Ugin the board or Genesis Ultimatum the board. I totally understand what he's saying. He's gonna mill 2 more. Then we're gonna drop this guy in. We'll return that back to our hand. So whenever this guy deals damage, we get to steal a card from their graveyard, put it into the battlefield under our control. We'll grab Ugin. that's so crazy.
Strive for balance in all things. Return to the
We just took Ugin.
of the multi.
We literally just took Ugin. With this dude. That is so crazy. So he's got Ugins and Genesis ultimatums and oh. Well, we can make 3. Let's see here. He costs 5, so actually, yeah, we can neg 4 here. Get rid of all his stuff.
All creation.
Oh, we'll get another card. We'll get Ugin back. I'll drop this down.
Accept a lesser world, and you will go lost to history.
We'll +3 this thing. We'll draw 4 cards.
Ghost fire.
We'll bring him down, mill 2 more.
My greatest creation.
Oh wow. We got Drown in the lock. He's got a Genesis ultimatum. Yeah, so if he fully goes after Ugin, he's got a thing there. He's only got 6 cards left in his library, though. I don't know if I can mill him. That's a tough spot. You draw a card, you shave a turn off your life. Okay, so what does he have untapped here? Let me block that. Oh, okay, they all have trample. My bad.
This is my fate.
Alright. So... before we do anything, we're gonna kill his blocker and then steal something else off him again. So we're gonna kill his blocker, then hopefully steal another Ugin for the 3rd time. We'll get the 3rd Ugin.
An opportunity to act rashly is the chance to fail.
We'll neg 5. That's just crazy. We're gonna bring this down. Bring this down. Bring this guy down. Pass the turn. We stole 3 Ugins. Okay, so this guy's ridiculous. Okay, each creature you control gets +1/+0 for first time attacked. Whenever land enters the battlefield, if it's your main phase, there's an additional combat phase after that. Untap all your creatures. That's just pretty wicked. We're gonna have this come in as a blue. We're gonna have Rankle fly in, and hopefully he'll sack a creature. Let's move the combats. Scry for 2. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, they mill a card. He's down to 4 cards. Each opponent sacrifices a creature. Loses 1 life and draws a card. Because he's down to 4 cards, we'll make him go down to 3. And we'll sack his. And we'll draw 4 cards.
Consider this a warning.
Just to refuel our hand. Good game. Phew! This deck. Burn. Alright, all honesty, they had a good deck, though. Yeah. So I think this deck is so smooth. It's just too smooth. All right. Alright, so we stole 3 Ugins. So, like, does that happen? Like, we stole 3 Ugins. That card is just nasty as crap. Oops.
You have 2 ranks. One for constructed
Let's
and
go to
one
Dex.
for limited.
It's just so nasty. This card is just going to be so good. Return an unblock attacking rogue. We have 28 cards and creatures in our deck. 21 are rogues. It says, then trickster from your hand onto the battlefield tapped and attacking. So they'll take a 4. And then when it deals combat damage to a player, you may put a target permanent card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. So it's like... That's what we did. That's how we stole their 3 Ugins. You know, that's all that we did. And again, I'll go over it really quickly, but that's how we stole our 3 Ugins. Again, when it's unblocked, when a rogue's unblocked, you can bring this from your hand and have it attack. Tapped and attacking, and then whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you put target permanent card from their graveyard onto the battlefield. So that's how we stripped their 3 Ugins. We attacked with a rogue. They didn't block with one of the rogues. We dropped this down, dealt damage to them, and then stole one of the Ugins out of their graveyard. Then we did it again. Then we did it again. So we played versus... This deck is 7-0, and we have played versus decks that have Ugins and Lotus Cobras and just ramp. And they're just not fast enough, and they can't deal with this utility card. Hi, Ralph. How's it going? How you doing? So this deck is just crazy. I don't even think I've ever stole 3 Ugins from somebody's graveyard ever. Like when Standard was just like stacked. And we were able to do that. But yeah, that's a stone cold stunner right there. Our opponents are like, is he playing? Yep. I just called it Rogue Mill. Yeah, Zendikar, the lands are absolutely awesome, but they're really good in a 2-color deck. I think the shock lands are better in 3, but a 2-color deck, they're awesome. So we've seen a lot of Lotus Cobra, Genesis Ultimatums. They just can't get it off. We nuke their graveyard and we're just fast to kill. This deck is faster. I put this in perspective. I watered the deck down. Oh, okay. Alright, so see this right here? Now, normally you would mulligan this hand, right? This is the instant mulligan. But we have this black mana right here. Not the greatest hand. We'll keep it. So with this hand, we're going to flip this over and go black. That's the cool part in a 2-color deck. Yep, so this is the M21 card. If one or more counters, +1/+1 counters are put on a creature you control, that many +1/+1 counters are put on another creature. So it's the whole, deal there. We're just gonna mill them 8. Yeah, people aren't playing. They're coming like, but yeah. Oh. I've always wanted to go to the Germany. Yeah, mill 8. And look, if we have 8 we can draw 4 cards. It costs 3 less to cast if you have 7 more cards in the graveyard. Then we have this bad boy. Its power is equal to +1 in the number of cards among card types in the graveyard. So right now we're drawing crab. And I misplayed that. I should have drew the crab first. I should have played the crab. See? I misplayed that one pretty bad. So he's gonna really wing us here. It is not looking good for us. I gotta draw 4 cards here. Okay, so this is kind of cool. So we have 21 rogues in the deck. Whenever another rogue enters the battlefield, they mill 2 cards. Now we're gonna lose this game from the onset, so this will be our first loss. How they say in Germany, das ist nicht gut. It's like, I came, I conquered, I defeat. Yeah, I'll start to play some drafts here. Nine, no. That's not how they say it in Germany. Let's see here. That was a tough one. So we'll play another match. Yoink it in. We might switch our deck here. So far we're 9-1. You know, I never know what the word was. It's called XTE. XT. I'd played German Scrabble. I had no idea how to spell that word. I had no idea what that word meant, but I just knew it was worth a lot of Scrabble points. So I'd play XTE, because the X in Scrabble is worth, like, a lot. That might have been it. I thought it was XT. I wasn't really sure. Okay, so we go first. Alright, so we got... Alright, we'll just keep it. See how these modal lands, these flippers... Let's see here. I don't want to play Temple of Deceit. I want to get off... I just want to get off and mill in really quickly. So, whenever this deals damage to a player, they mill a card. Alright. Dang it. We might have to play with Temple of Deceit here. Let me flip it to black here, though. Let's mill him for 8. Slide right up in there, mill for another 1. And what's cool about this thing is you can sacrifice it and draw a card if your opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard. Which clearly they do. Maybe it was AXT. I had no idea what it meant in German. I just remember playing it in German Scrabble. Alright, so he's milling himself. Choose target creature, you lose 2 life until in turn that creature gains. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield under owner's control. Kinda cool, actually. Alright, so we're gonna have to scry. Ooh, do that. So let's bring this guy down. He's a 5/4. He can attack if there's 7 or more cards in their graveyard. We'll go next to combat. I'm gonna just mill 1. This guy's really good. Flying, Death Touch, Haste. Cost 1 less to cast for each creature in your party. Other creatures you have Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a Planeswalker, you just destroy it. Well, that didn't last long. Eliminate. He's down to 38 cards. This thing's gonna come in pretty strong. This has been a strong card. So underrated. You might as well just attack for 2. It's like Termagoy. So yeah, he'll come in as a 4/3 with Death Touch. And lifelink. Yep, its power is equal to 1 plus the number of card types in your opponent's graveyard. In your opponent's graveyards. So if you're playing this like in a multiplayer game, Commander. I'm not a Commander player, but just throwing it out there, it says each opponent's. Alright, pretty cool right there. They drop down. So if we look at his deck, it's a Death Touch deck. No blocks. Alright, so we'll drop this rogue down. Mill 2 cards. We'll mill him for 8. Oh, this got reach, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. I'm just end their turn. Yeah, this guy's real versatile. You know, he's a rogue, so again, pairs up with this. Whenever this or another rogue enters the battlefield, your opponent mills 2. So a lot of decent synergies. Rankle. Alright, so he's got Rankle on the battlefield. I don't know if he's going to attack with Rank. Yep, whenever a creature you control with Death Touch attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and gains 1 life. No blockers. This crab hasn't been that great. Really good in modern though. Right. Nice. So we'll let this resolve. Player discards a card. So we'll discard the crab. And he discards Embercleave. We gotta sack a creature. And we'll sack that. Alright, so this is a rogue. And we'll attack with a 5/3. Death Touch lifelink. We'll drop that down in the turn. This is also a rogue. We have 1 of these in the deck. Just 1. I think this card would see a lot of Eternal format, because when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, you gain control of an artifact. with converting cost X or less. So that would be good versus obviously like Moxes, Mana Crypts. In standard, not so good. But for what we're trying to do, I didn't want to make the deck too strong. Even though we're 8-1, I just didn't make it that strong. So I just kind of put these in there. Probably gonna make me sack a creature, so no block. Sack a creature, maybe that's it. Yep. Figured that would happen. Alright, well. I'll mill 4. We got 2 of these bad boys in there. Alright, we're up to 18 life. Pretty cool. He's got 15 cards left, 3 cards. He's down to 6 though. So he might want to leave that back as a blocker. Just saying. And there's really no easy move here. Alright, so he brings in one of his own. Mills himself, he's down to 13. Why is he milling himself? Okay, return from your graveyard to the battlefield any number of target creatures that have a different mana cost, X or less. Okay. I can see what he's trying to do there. Totally see that. Kind of cool. Alright, well, it'll mill him for 4. He's down to 9 cards. So that's just gonna shorten his clock. He's got Rankle. Do I attack with the 6/3? I don't think we do. Pass the turn. Not that eventful. So far, this deck's 8-1. He's got 8 cards left. We got 42. He's definitely a graveyard deck, so we're playing right into his hand. And this is so nice too. You can just pop it and draw a card. So in situations like this, where it's like, you really don't need Castle Vantros or Castle Locthwain with a card like this in your deck. Like honestly, it feels like he should be like a cheap rare, like a $2 rare or something like that. Because he just does just so much. He's like, you know what? Okay. Alright. So, past the blockers. Okay, so we're down to 10. He's got 2 cards in his hand. I think I just block this and sacrifice it in response to draw a card. And I eat all the rest. I eat 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Oh. And then in response, let me draw a card off this. Oh, Emmerich Leaf. Well. That makes sense. Alright, we miss. Good game, sir. Oh, this has flash. It's not gonna matter though. It would have mattered on the block. I'm down to one card. Alright, good game. So finally, we lose. Dun dun dun. All right. Should we build another deck? Should we play? Let's see here. I don't know. You guys want to draft? Just keep on trucking through. Why don't we do a draft? Wait, what draft do I want to do? Sorry about this, guys. I'm just trying to figure out. Let's see. We could do draft. We have the Premier Draft. We got the Sealed. It doesn't really matter. We have like, we'll just do gems. We have like 1.8 million. I mean, it doesn't really matter at that point. Yeah, we only have 18,000 gold, so that's the thing. I'm like, wow, look at the draft. I'm just sitting here, just yep. Boom, Miller time, baby. We should call that deck Miller Lite. The um. Let's see. Well, as we're waiting, I'll give it like another minute. See what's up. Alright. Alright, guys. We're not going to sit through this. We're just going to cancel. Alright, so let's see here. There's one thing I want to check out for a second. What we could do, because our deck, I hate, we've had like 6 people quit versus our deck. We're 8-2. But man, Dark, I don't know if you know this, but you missed, we stole 3 Ugins. They had Genesis Ultimatums, Ugins, Lotus Cobra, just ramp like crazy. And we just steal their Ugins out of their graveyard with this dude. You can pay 4, return an unblock attacking rogue to its owner's hand, and then put this on the battlefield tapped and attacking. And then it says whenever it deals damage to a player, you may put target permanent card from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. So like literally we're able to rip 3 Ugins off them. I think it was off of... So that was just... this card is just so good. It's like... But I tried not to make it so aggressive, so... But anyway, I've been shocked with it. Kind of fun. So let's see here. There you go. Alright, so if you go ahead, so those are some new emotes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was playing with the Genesis Ultimatum deck. Just like ramp, cultivates, Lotus Cobras. Like the whole entire deck would just... That deck is very popular because we've seen it like 4 or 5 times at 8 matches, so... Alright. Cool. Will we see it again? Will we? Okay. Alright, so let's just drop down this, mill them for 2. Alright. Alright, so this Tajiri Paragon is also cleric, rogue. Okay, so it's like everything. Okay, when it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, reveal the top 6 card of your library. You may put a card that shares a creature type with among them into your hand, put the rest. Kind of like a collective company a little bit. Alright, we'll go blue. And this is where these Modal lands really come into play. We'll mill 8. Now this is a 3/2 Death Toucher. And... no attacks. Okay, this thing. At the beginning of your combat, if you have a full party, choose target non-land permanent and opponent controls until next turn. It can't attack or block, so it's pacified. Choose hexproof or indestructible. Creatures you control gain that ability at the end of turn. It's like a baby dream trawler. So let's drop the crab. Oh yeah. Landfall whenever it enters about. This is a Hendron crab basically, guys. No 3. Bring this down. Whenever a rogue attacks, they mill 2 cards. This is a rogue. What the heck does this say? Sacrifice it, gains indestructible. Alright, we'll attack with it. Mill 2 more. And this guy's just ridiculous. If a creature goes unblocked, you can just bring this down, hit them, and take something from their graveyard. That's how we stole their 3 Ugins. Alright. Pretty cool. Alright, so he's playing with a party deck. Alright. Bring down a Krabby. Oh, drop a land. Go for 6. Oh, drown on the lock? Okay, cool. Alright, yeah. We just have to pass our turn. Yeah, I try to water this deck down a little bit, because when I build it... Alright, so we'll block with a crab. So this thing's a 4/6. I didn't think people would be playing with strong as decks as they have, because there's been like 4 Genesis Ultimatums, 4 Ugins, Lotus Cobras. It's essentially like Sultai, except it's just Teamer. It's like the Yorion Elementals deck, kind of, sort of, ish. So we'll mill 3 more. Okay, what do they got here? What can we steal? Anything good? No You're just playing a simple party deck. Oh, that's cool to steal. Alright, just for fun, just for giggles, we'll mill 2. He's not gonna be able to block it. Then we'll drop this into play Just for fun, guys. I'll show you how I stole all the Ugins. Return this back to our hand. This will come in tapped and attacking. He'll eat the 4. We can take a permanent from the graveyard, put it onto the battlefield into play. So you see what I'm saying? That's how we strip the Ugins from them. I just wanted to do that just to show you. So, nothing fancy, just wanted to show you guys that. Block that to the crab. That's all. It's all in good fun. Wait, what's this thing do? Look at the top 6 cards of your library. May reveal a party card from one of them. Put it in your hand. Okay. So let's just destroy that. So you can't block. Sacrifice that to Hexproof. Okay, cool. Attacks. So let's see here. So we got indestructible. Alright, let's block this to, I guess, that. And we'll eat. I guess we're almost dead. Alright, let's see here. Well, we can mill for 8. Can we kick it? Oh yeah, we can kick it too. If we're gonna go out, let's go out with a bang. Good game, brother. Right? Yeah, guys, if you're looking for a fun deck, I mean, although I have the advantage of having 1.8 million gems, but this is a deck that you could craft. Honestly, though, on the surface, it's not that expensive. Let's just go through the deck's cost. You guys have Rankle already, right? So that's not needed. I mean, I'm gonna assume most of you guys have that. But anyway, let's pretend that you don't. It's got 4, 7, 8, 9, 13, 16, 19 rares, plus your 4 lands, so it's got 23 rares and 1 mythic. Well, plus I'm assuming that most of you guys have Temple by now, so that shouldn't be a problem. All right. Alright, so the mill deck, I can say, is a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let me do something really quick. Alright. So I say the most underrated card, Nighthawk Scavenger. Because this deck has beat people more with speed than it has mill. But the mill's so disruptive. Like when they're playing, because those ramp decks are 3 colors, right? They're playing with that was half of what we played against. They're playing with Ugins. I mean, I can't be that sorry. I mean, they're playing if you're playing with 4 Ugins, 4 Genesis Ultimatums, Lotus Cobras, Omnoths. I mean, essentially, but like we beat most of the decks with just kill speed, so it's kind of cool. But at the same time, it's a little. All right. So drafting is out. Let me see. I want to see something really quick.
Oh yeah!
cool. Alright. So, let's see. Yeah, I spent all night. I literally redid everything. Alright, I think I spent more time prepping for emotes than I did for the I mean, if you watch, I just threw this deck together, like... Alright, so the decks that I believe will do really well with the flip lands is Mardu. I mean, you lose this sucker, you lose Knight of the Ebon Legion, but everything else stays. So I think that we'll be running that. Alright, so let's see here. Anybody in the draft queue? I'm the only one. Okay. Will we get a draft? Oh, by the way, guys, since I don't have a camera on my face, the bottom right-hand corner, that's a picture of me just weight training. Just basically just, you know, getting back. Completely random. I didn't have anything else, so there you go. See the gym that I go to? It's a rough and tumble gym. It's all mirrors, just rough and tumble. It's not like Planet Fitness or anything. It's like it's a first round pick just came out of that gym 3 years ago. First rounder in the NFL. They're offensive linemen. They're a starter on the offensive line. All right. Is this really small? Is it me or is this really tiny? Oh, there we go. Okay. So we're gonna do our draft, and let's see here. So we got the split current. Okay, so this thing's like a serpent thing. Okay, enters the battlefield with +1/+1 counters. Okay, whenever it gets a kick spell, you may remove 2 +1/+1 counters. Sacrifice another creature, put a +1/+1 on the sky. Shadow Cat. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. I have no idea. Let's just take the rare. So let's see. So let's see. Whenever land enters the battlefield under control, put a +1/+1 counter. Whenever you gain life for the first time each turn, create a cat. Whenever it enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, return target instant sorcery card from it. That sucks. Do I really want to go blue-green? Because it kind of looks like it sucks for this format, for this draft. Looks like white is really pushed. Okay, enchant land. It's a 4/4 creature with haste. When it dies, return that card to its owner's hand. Oh boy. Yeah, white and red looks like a little fast and furious little crappers. I don't know. Okay, it enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter for each color mana spent to cast it. Pretty bad. When it enters the battlefield, you and target opponent each draw a card. Tap target creature, draw a card. Scry, then draw. Blue's kind of... I don't know. We'll just confirm that. Take all the rares. There's a battlefield. You gain 2 life. Right. I hope you guys can read the cards as I'm going through them. Yeah, there's really no support for green. It's kind of like blah. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them on the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library if the spell was kicked, which it probably won't be unlimited. Put +1/+1. I mean, that's kind of cool, the squid. It's a 3/2. Yeah, I think white and red's the way to go. Target uses +3/+3 until end turn if the spell is kicked. We'll just go with that. Maybe just give up on blue. Maybe. I'll take that. Whenever a core cell burn, another creature enters the battlefield on your control, you gain 1 life. It's a pretty good card, a 2/3 on your turn. Oh, just really not a good one there. I don't know. Yeah, white is just so pushed. Huh? Oh, this is gonna be a bad draft. I'm not gonna lie to you. So we can go green. Is this like a good card and I'm just missing it? Whenever you cast a kick spell, you may remove 2 +1/+1 counters. If you do, copy that spell. Okay, so this thing is whenever it enters the battlefield, it comes with a so it's a 3/3. Whenever another creature you control dies, if it had a +1/+1 counter on it, put a +1/+1 counter on. When it dies, you create an XXX Hydra token where X is the number of 1/1 counters it had. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Yeah, white's looking really good. Really good. You know what this marauding priest could look like with that new Death Shadow card? Alright, we'll grab that. So I guess we're gonna go green and white. Okay, so let's take this out. And go green and white here. It says when this enters the battlefield, attach it to a creature you control. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, equip creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Equip 3. I'll take a Death Toucher. So let's grab our white cards and boil those up there. Oh, here's one. You may put a basic land card from your hand on the battlefield. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under control, creature you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah, removals. We really need removal. Alright, so we're going to go with green, white. Game 1 life. Yep, again, we'll try it. We got 10 creatures, 16 cards. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each party. How many parties do we have? How many clerics do we have? 3. Oh. This big thing. Target creature +2/+2. If it's a warrior, you make that. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll just go with that one. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. May reveal a creature card from among them. Put it in your hand. Put the rest at the bottom. Okay. You didn't draw a card. We'll just go with removal here. So we need to get creatures. Alright. So it has lifelink as long as you control another cleric. How many clerics do we have? Oh yeah, 4. Yep. We'll go where there's value. 14 creatures. Landfall. When a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter. That's not half bad. 6/5. When enters the battlefield, return up to 2 lands you control. Yeah, we'll take it. And poop. Ah. Son of a... I can't let them have it. I mean, like, are you kidding? No. Oh, wow. Okay, the first time the spell was... I just took it out of the pod, really. Okay. Destroy target creature with... Okay, so that's the kicker thing, alright. This is kind of a cool card. Choose target creature, you lose 2 life until end turn. This creature gains. When this creature dies, return to the battlefield under its owner's... That can be really annoying to our opponent. So we'll take it. Okay, here's this thing. Whenever it enters the battlefield, search your library for a basic forest card and a basic plains card. Reveal those cards, put them to your hand. Players can't pay life or sacrifice non-land permanents to cast spells or activate abilities. It does a lot. It's a 4/4 for 4. We're in the colors. We'll take it. And there's battlefield. You and target opponent draw a card. I don't know if I like that. We'll take a Death Toucher. Q. Destroy target artifact or shaman or creature with flying. Yeah, so we'll take this, Broken Wings, in the sideboard. When it enters the battlefield, you may return a land you control to its owner's hand. When you do, deals 2 damage to each opponent. Alright, I don't know. Alright. Sacrifice a creature, draw a card. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life, you gain 1 life. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's annoying. It's just a 5. Yeah, this thing's a 5/4 beast. As it enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature in your party. I mean, how many rogues and warriors do we have? Warriors, none. Clerics. Oops, no. Oh, it drew for me. You know, guys, I'm just going to start pulling some different colors out of the pod here, because they don't need to gain anything here. I'm just going to start ripping the cards out. Okay, cool. Just going to rip them right out of the pod. You know? I don't know how well we did here, but like unfortunately this happens in regular draft is you always end up pulling that really good card in your last pack, and you're early. It's like you can't, it's so hard to change your colors in the last pack. But if I drafted this in real life, I wouldn't even care what my record was. I'd walk away and be like, oh, I got my value. I got Nissa. So whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, put a loyalty counter on Nissa. You +1 it, untapped. It's like the other Nissa, except it just till end of turn has menace. But its -5 is you may put a creature card with converted mana cost less than or equal to the number of lands you control onto the battlefield from your hand or graveyard. And that's going to be huge, because I think what people don't understand is that from Theros Beyond Death, there's that one card that comes into play from the graveyard. Well, that doesn't work. You'd have to escape it. But it comes with 12 +1/+1 counters, or it enters the battlefield with 6 +1/+1s. Alright, well, back to reality. So we got 22 creatures. We can cut down to 17. So we first got to look at how many clerics, rogues, or wizards do we have. Right. So we have 6 clerics. Absolutely no wizards. We have 2 warriors. What else is in the party? Yeah. Rogue, warrior, wizard. We have 2 rogues. Turn up to 2 cards. Let's see here. So 6/5 for 6, or 5/4. This has got trample. This just gains 3 life. There's a battlefield, gain 2 life for each creature in your party. It's a 3/4 flyer. And those tends to be good. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, tap target creature an opponent controls. It's pretty good. It keeps the opponent honest. When enters the battlefield, target creature. Okay, when enters the battlefield, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature in your party. Okay, that could be really good. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter. That's also good. Yeah, we can cut that one. If this spell was kicked, you can... Alright, so here's Vine Gecko. It's a 2/2 for 2, so that's not that bad. The first kick spell you cast, each turn costs 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast a kick spell, put +1/+1, and then the question is, how many kick spells do we have? We gotta make some cuts here. We gotta make 6 of them. Cut that. As long as you control a cleric, Relic Vial has whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life and gain 1 life. That's pretty good, but how many clerics do we have? And we got 5. Yeah, I think that's dispensable. That can be really good. Those are good. Cut that. That could be really good. Clerics, rogues, and humans. Warriors, too. Yeah. Yeah, you have to have 2 drops. So we're good there. I'm gonna cut one of those. My cleric enters the battlefield. Yeah. That's not really that good. Alright, so we're down to 18 creatures. That's about as far as I want to push our creature. So we need to remove... a creature. We'll go with that. Our curb is going to be 2.9. So let's roll the dice. Let's roll it. Well, here's the question, though. It took forever to get into a draft. So the question is there anybody to play it? I guess that's the other loophole. Is there going to be anybody there to play it? Alright. We found victim number 1. I'm joking. We'll probably lose. Alright, Q, go first. We can absolutely do nothing. I was about to say the map looks different. Alright, he's got that thicket land, put +1/+1 target creature. Okay. And, yeah, our fatties can't get on the battlefield. I guess this would be titled How Not to Draft. Zendikar. Alright. This guy's got trample. Whenever land enters the battlefield on your control. Yep, probably should have played that first before land. Alright, cool. Okay. Yeah, we'll take it. Alright, so far he's beaten us with speed. And we just have big beefs in our hand. I'll make this a 4/4. No attacks. So he's got just the generic 3/3 and a 1/1 Death Toucher. Just simple. Also have to be mindful here. He could return target card from your hand to your hand. Put +1/+1 counter target creature. So I think these really have value in draft more than anything, right? These little lands that does not let me go over. Right. That would just tilt in a turn. Oh, that card sucks. All right. Yeah, we'll trade. It's not gonna. Okay, so this says return target card from your graveyard to your hand. Alright, we'll bring down our Death Touch guy. We'll just chill back. No attacks, end turn. At the beginning of your combat of each turn, put a +1/+1 on target creature you control. That's pretty good. Alright, he's got a 7/5 golem. Q. Alright, pass the blockers. Block that. I played that wrong. I'm not gonna lie, guys. We drafted bad, or I drafted bad, but I'll include you in it because you're watching. So, so what's it say? Enchant creature, yeah. So we'll just take it and go to game. Is this the best of one? Okay, it was. Okay, so I shouldn't have done that. Q. Alright, so this deck. Okay, that sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. No, we'll try to make the best out of it. This doesn't look like it's gonna be a good draft for us. I think green and white's pretty bad. Pretty poor. I think like from the looks of it, I think like white's good. This green and white just don't seem to go together. Alright, down to green. We got some hope here. Is this till end of turn though? Okay, so at least we'll get a +1/+1 counter. Right. And we absolutely have Jack Crab. When it's battlefield, target creature you control gets indestructible until end of turn. I'll play that. So So this is 3/4. Whenever land enters the battlefield and controls, the fire deals 1 damage to each opponent. Oh wait, never mind. So let's see, kicker's 3. Pay the kicker cost. Right. It's kind of cool to see how these work though. Alright, bring that big boy down to 5/5. It's a beastie boy. Call him Beast. Alright, get in for 5. Gain that 3 life. Yep. You're gonna smack this in the face with the air. We got 2 in our party. He can really... He's got a clock on us here. So we gotta attack kind of really aggressively here. Because we only live for like... take it. Alright, so each thing with a that has a counter on it, it's got trample. 9/9. Alright, and that did it. So what he did was he did this. It's kind of like the flank. So yeah, green white just poo-pooed. Ugly draft. Yep. Just ugly. Alright, well, we'll go first. We'll try to salvage a game out. We'll drop down to green. Bring this guy down. Whenever land comes into play, put a +1/+1 on it and flying until end of turn. Says this, the first spell you cast each turn costs 1 less to cast your kick spell. Whenever you kick a spell, put +1/+1. So I think that's cool. So that's a really good white card for draft. Bring down a Death Toucher. And usually in drafts, flying's a premium. So this land, creatures your opponent's control cost -2/-2. Okay, this when it enters the battlefield, draw 2 cards and discard a card. Okay. Whenever you cast an instant, sorcery, or wizard spell, you may have it changes base power. You become a 4/1. That is an instant. So I'm not going to attack. And if he switches this to a 4/1, then we'll just kill it with a smite. The monstrous. This thing, it's a flyer. As long as you control another wizard. This has, when this creature dies, draw a card. Okay, so he's going to switch that to a 4/1. I don't know if that'll see any standard play. There's not much we could do here. Can attack with a 3/3 Death Toucher. Alright, take a 3/2. Alright, so this construct creature, okay, so it's a 4/4/4/4. Feels kicked, enters the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it for each non-basic land your opponent controls. Okay. When it becomes the target of a spell, sacrifice it and create a number of 1/1 colorless artifact creatures equivalent to its power. So it's kind of like a bad Haggerback kind of thing. Alright, end turn. I'm gonna read that again. When it becomes a target of a spell, sacrifice it and create a 1/1. Alright. So just a 3/2 flyer in the air, we'll take it. Okay. We'll try. Alright, I'll break that out. Alright, so he's got an 0/5. If he kicks a spell, it'll become a 5/5. Yeah, I'll take 3 in the air. I think we'll just attack with a Death Toucher. Okay, what the heck's going on? Okay. He's kicked that. So I'm highlighting my opponent here because Six. Yep. Alright, he's going all in. That's got trample. That's got trample as well. We'll be taking 4. Yeah, I can't do that. Start taking 7. And if he's got a +3/+3 spell, then so be it. Okay, that's for the trample. Yeah, so that was a very bad draft. That was very bad. But, so far... What if we save the Zendikar Rising packs to open them till later? What do you think? Get them an early open. Alright, so Rogue Mill looks pretty good. Okay, what's another deck that I was going to build? What about... So Rogue Mill was really good. Jeez. That was really strong. So what I got here... is Sultai, okay, it's on traditional historic, that's why. Traditional standard. Okay. Standard. Okay, so all those get boarded out. It doesn't really matter. Standard. Alright, well, we could build another deck. I think we hit the rogue deck pretty hard. I think we hit rogues pretty well. See here. Okay, those are out. I know those are banned. Nissa's definitely out, and so is that. Let me just see something for a second. Alright. So we saw a lot of Ugin decks. So why don't we do this? Ancient Warden. See, I don't understand why Cultivate's not showing up as a... as a legal card. Alright, let me see something for a second. Arsenic, what is this? A Rogue Mill is considered a standard deck. It's all highlighted, so I don't know why. We just got to replace these. Like, it's showing Ugin is not... I don't know why it's doing that. Okay. So, Lotus Cobra. Let's go to the deck making here. Okay. So it's showing Lotus Cobra. How is everybody playing with Ugins? Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna make a new deck. And we'll run off the land off that. Alright, so we'll create a new deck. We'll go Lotus Cobra. 4 of those. 4 cultivates. Craft those. Alright, let me see something for here for a second.
of war.
Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to build the deck. I think we can go ahead and do that. And then, let's see here. So let's see. Why don't I do this? We can build the deck. So we got 4 Lotus Cobras. You know, a Titan. We'll just craft 4. Do that. Oops. Put 4 euros in there. Alright, then we have to play with Ancient Dude. You may play lands from your graveyard. If a land enters the battlefield, it causes the triggered ability of a permanent. Triggers additional time. Probably run 3 of those in there. The thing is there anything that mills in these colors that's a good mill without... I'm trying to find here. You may play lands from your graveyard. Mill 3 cards. You may exile a creature or enchantment card from Modal. Huh. There's got to be a way to push. Each player mills 3 cards, adds up to 2 cards from graveyards. Each player. Alright. See, this card's really effective if you're able to thrash stuff in there. And with the new Nissa, whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, put a loyalty counter on it. And its -5 is you may put a creature card with for mana cost less than or equal to the number of lands you control onto the battlefield tapped from your hand or graveyard. But you need something that can mill, you know, like self hit yourself with the Nissas. That's the only problem. I mean, yeah, we got the rogue deck, but we need something that can actually really mill ourselves, right? I mean, Euro Titan's not going to do it. It's going to draw. So, I mean, this is good. You may, if a land entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability. So this is good for Lotus Cobra. It's good for Nissa. You know, but what else is it going to be good for in the format? You know, Omnoth. You know, that's a good landfaller, but we'd have to really make this more colors. See what I'm saying? So in a deck like this, like you say, okay, can we put Omnoth in here? When a land enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 4 life. If this is the first time it's been resolved, I mean, you can get a lot of mana out of this. So we'd have to put in like white and blue. Well, no, we have to put in white and red sources. White and red. White and red. I'm trying to. Like we face these Omnoth decks, but like God, the Rogue Mill deck just like killed them. I don't want to do the reclamation thing because it's too. I just think there's too much speed. So there's 2 ways to go about this. We could make this a graveyard deck. And just run enchantment mill ourselves. I mean, we could put Jace the Mirror Mage in here. Or we could just make it a graveyard deck. Hmm. Hmm. Well, because here's what I'm talking about. See, to get really value off this, if we make it a graveyard deck, it's only going to have value with Nissa and Lotus Cobra. And this too. So like you could mill yourself, throw this in your graveyard, but and see what I'm talking about is it's not an elder. What is that thing? It's from Theros Beyond Death. It's right there. If damage should be dealt to this, okay, is escape 6 other cards from your graveyard, and gets comes in as a 12/12. But what synergy does it have to do with this? Because you really want Ugin out on that battlefield. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I didn't craft those. That makes sense. I'd want 3 Ugins. What else did I have? I had a life gain deck too. So I did the rogue deck. There's a life gain deck that I think can be pretty quick, where you can get out Baneslayer pretty quickly, actually. Okay. See, you almost need... I hate to say it, but let me just try to see this. Across the board, what landfall we got. You almost need a second landfall card for this to really... that count's not good. Alright, No. Oh, landfall is the keyword. Okay. Those decks didn't seem to do that well. I mean, that's something. That could be a thing. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 insect creature token. Alright. So I'm thinking because this could help kick Jace out. Because if we can bring 2 land into the battlefield, this could help kick Jace out. Jace Mirror, or this by itself is just fine. But so the question is it worth running this, and we have to splash the mana base better? That's a tough mana base. Actually, we'd be running all... Yeah, oh my god, we'd be running 5 colors at that point. Why don't we do this? And cultivate. Is there any creatures in here that tap to add? What the heck's this thing do? Return from your graveyard any number of target creatures. We could play the Omnoth with this in there. Or just make this a mill deck. heck is this? Nah. Alright, so, look, there's only two ways to run the deck. We can make it a graveyard deck, torquing lands back into play, or we can just kind of make it a landfall deck. That's really it. Let's see. Or let's go look at landfall really quick. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1. So we can ramp out really quick with this. I think that's going to be what we're going to do. Sorry, is there anything that... Is there anything that acts like cultivate? Okay, that does. That's kind of a cultivate-y card. Let's get rid of that. What the heck does this do? Okay, this also ramps as well. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. We take this out. Alright, we're gonna have to craft that, but I'm thinking that's what we do. I don't think that's good. Because I was thinking more of like a self-mill deck. You know, you mill, it feeds into Euro Titan, it feeds into the other one as well. You can get lands from your graveyard, put them back into play, trigger landfall. That's what I was thinking. Or you can just build a landfall deck with this. I don't know. So this is going to be more like creature-y. The other one would have been like self-mill. With this card being able to trigger quite a bit. So, alright. So then we just gotta look for the flip lands, right? We'll play... We'll stay in the golgari colors. I'll play 3 Triomes. Don't need a bunch of them. Okay, so let's do Zendikar Rising. Okay. So we do have... Wait a minute, that's all we have? Okay, we have that to that. That to that. There's no green to black? Green to white. We have that. Alright, well. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so stop suggesting lands. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Fabled Passage, obviously. Run 3 Fables. Then I had to mill 2 cards. Huh. Where was that black creature at? I'm sorry, guys. There's a black creature in this. It's kind of crazy. So let's find it. Spell cost 2 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard. Yeah, if we made a self-mill deck. Yeah. Alright, there was one creature that I looked at and I'm like, man, that's nasty. I'm like, that is a nasty creature. I mean, let me do this. It was a nasty creature. Let me see. Where was it? It's like a. Okay, wow, the mode switched. Okay, wow. All right, so I have a life gain deck for that one. There's a nasty black creature. So you can grab this whenever you gain life. Each opponent loses 1 life. Actually, let me make a note of that. Marauding. This could work with that one new Death Shadow, where if you kick it, each player loses half their life. Right? No, that's whenever you gain life. Each player sacrifices a creature. Okay. Where is it at? Okay, there it is. Whenever Draina attacks, defending player chooses a non-legendary creature card in your graveyard. Return that card to the battlefield with a +1/+1 counter on it. This creature is a vampire. So, do you see what I'm saying? You could have a graveyard deck that puts it in. Yeah, there's also no blue, no green. Yeah. Really, what we need is Cavalier Thorns. They need to reprint it. There's enchantments that put stuff in the graveyard. Because, this card would be perfect with this card. And then we have those two. We have the 2 giants. But I wonder if that's just asking too much. Let me craft 2 of these. Because I'm just going to go for a ramp here. I'm gonna go with 3 of those. I'm actually gonna play with Jace Miror Mage. No, that sucks. Wait, non-legendary creature. I don't know. We'll make this pal. It'll work. Alright, let's just get the lands. Alright. So we have 4 of those. God, I mean, maybe we could put Omnath in here instead. I'm just being honest. Because if they're going green and white... white, black... Is there red, white here? Let me look at the... Okay, so on the flip land, there's green, white, there's white, there's green, red, and there's red, white. So we'd have to be more... I mean, you could, yeah, we could pull it off. I mean, because it's really, the Omnoth is in those colors. Let's just try to run this right now. I mean, Omnoth in itself could really add a mana boost. I mean, really. Let's just get out of here. I gotta craft it. Oh, okay, so let's just... We can run temples. I don't... Well, actually, here's the thing. I don't want to run too much here. We'll run 2 temples of plenty. And then I want to run some islands. Probably take out 3. Dang it. Alright, so we'll just put in... Okay. See, here's the thing. I have to be able to... Okay, I don't want to craft. Let's take out the temple mystery. Well, let's just see what it can do. We are playing in the best of 1, so... For that. Don't know if it'll do anything. All right. Yep, just not a good hand. takes Jason from me.
Back
Oh,
to square one.
pass the turn. See, like a mill deck would have been pretty good. Self-mill. Draw a card, create a 2/2. Alright. Well, that would have been good with Lotus Cobra, so... Alright, so this opponent's just really just playing, recluse. Okay, try to green.
I will defend the land from all interlopers.
I think I made a mistake there.
Cower before the elements!
Yeah, this would have to be a self-mill deck. This would have to be a self-mill deck.
I must reflect on what I've done.
I'm thinking that's what it'd have to be. See if I can make it work. Alright, when it enters battlefield, target opponent looks at the top 3 cards of the library, separates them to face down piles. I mean, there's really nothing to be had there. so. I mean, these are big boppers by themselves, but I think this would have to be a self-mill deck.
Foxes. I hunt bigger game. Let's see how sharp my axe is.
I guess this is where this little swarm card pays off.
We are the apex predators.
I mean, I think there's gonna be something to this swarm card. It's just finding a way to get out the lands that you need. I'll block with that. So there's creating a lot of lands there. Let's see here. Let's go out and get this right here. That's the basic lands. I don't know if there's any more in the deck. Ooh, look at this. Have 40 counters. Like, how many counters can you get? This is crazy. So basically what happens is whenever your land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 insect token. If you have 6 or more lands, create a token that's a copy of that. So we can just load up.
You're not scared of dogs, are you?
Second group's huntsman.
Leave me be, and you'll escape with your life.
We have the warden right here.
Try not to lose your head out here.
Nissa. This could be something. I don't know. Could it be? I don't know. Could be. Oh, we get Nissa. Bring her down. We have 47 little swarm things.
And my will reign supreme.
Oh, look at this. It's really big. -5. That'll cause it to trigger again. This will cause everything to double the trigger. What? I broke the game? On an early access event? Because whenever land enters battlefield under your control, create a green insect token. If you have 6 or more lands, create a copy of that. Well, then we have that. Then we have this guy. If a land entering the battlefield causes an ability to trigger, you have an additional trigger again. So like literally we just broke the game. Look, because again, whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 insect. If you have 6 or more lands, which we do, create a copy of that. Then we have, if a land enters the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers additional time. So we have like 126 insects. Like we got a warning. I'm gonna say my rogue mill deck that I threw together and this thing, they work. It stopped on 59 triggers. Hopefully he doesn't have an extinction event. Dude, we have like 300 insects. Next. Okay. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 blockers. Dude, we have 287 insects. We have 287 insects. if the deck works. And we have 200 more creatures to go. Dude, I just brewed these decks up. I didn't even, like... It's not like I planned it. You see how, like, that's how I was with the Rogue Mill deck. I was just like... I played in Mythic rank too much. But that was cool. That was cool that they actually let me finish that, because he easily could have quit. That was kind of cool. That was crazy. Did you see the warning that came up? Like, I recorded that, and I clipped it. You know what I mean? But did you see the warning that came up on MTG Arena? It's like, you gotta go a different way about this. Well... So the two decks I've had, this is 8 and 2. Not that I'm trying to win, I'm actually, you know, making the decks weak, but like, yeah, because what happened is you have, well, you have Jace Mirror Mage, that's just cool, but you have Lotus Cobra and all that crap. But here's the thing, is that you have, like, this guy. You can play lands from your graveyard. If a land entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger that ability an additional time. Well, then you got this little dude. You don't even, when a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 insect. But if you control 6 or more lands, which we do, create a copy of it. So you just cultivate, and then mitigation path, and it's like, it's like all heck breaks loose. And it's like, well, what was that? What was that? I had 300, what, I have 284 insects in one turn? That was nuts. Like, Nissa was just a spectator. Is there a card that combines the power of all creatures you have onto the battlefield? I have no idea. Yeah, that'd be crazy. You know, it's like you have a 284 creature because of insects. I don't know. Is there? It's a green card. Or just put the word combine. Nope. All creatures. I'll just put creature, so avoids a plural. See, that's what we used. yeah, that was just pretty bad. I know I had some big streamers that they quit earlier on me. They just blew their heads off when I was playing the rogue deck. Not this one. This is just another. I'm glad that person didn't quit, is what I'm trying to get at. Because you avoid seeing stuff like that when they quit. They took it like a champ. Yeah. I played him earlier, and I think he was whipping my butt, and I just let him go. Oh, might have. Oh, wait a minute. It's not Zendikar, is it? Oh. Oh, it's an M20. Yeah, all your... Yeah, that deck's... This deck's a little jank, but it's good. I don't know. It worked. I mean, it worked that one time. It's like janky. So the idea is to have enough basic land. It's actually good they didn't make flip lands for green. But, because we need the basic lands a lot. Nissa was just not even that great of a card, but Nissa can fetch you, I suppose this, or... a Lotus Cobra. Dear God, could you imagine if we had a Lotus Cobra out there? It's not the best win condition, but it's there, I guess. I don't know. I think these are the funnest moments because these are before people like get to the decks and then, you know, just like, because somebody's gonna break what I just did. I mean. I mean, I don't blame them. I would too, but there's got to be a even quicker, better way to do it. I just don't have a slot in the deck where like Cavalier of Thorns would go, or like Risen Reef, you know? I almost want like Risen Reef, or like that would be like the perfect card in the deck, like Risen Reef, or like just something like that. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I could add Terror of the Peaks. I mean, I'm just being honest. Jace Mirror Mage enters the battlefield if it was kicked. Draw a card and reveal it. Remove a number of I mean, Jace Mirror Mage is fun for the deck, but it's not like good for the deck. You know what I mean? It's just like, I mean, I guess one could take out 2 Jaces and then 2 of these, and then just throw in like 2 Terror of the Peaks. Actually, I would never run 4 Terror of the Peaks, ever. Run like 3. Because, I mean, you got Lotus Cobra. I mean, we got enough, like, search crap for basic land, so Fabled Passage. We're not going to be hurt for land. I actually probably could throw in a 4th color. I mean, I hate to say it, Nissa was pretty bad. I mean, she looks pretty, but she does, like, recur a creature that dies. I don't think she's gonna be broke until another set comes out. Because right now the best cards are like the Elder Giants, and those all have a escape costs that are associated with them. I think Nissa is not now, but I think the next set, like because there's enough self-mill in the format, like with the enchantments, like from Theros Beyond Death, like enters battlefield, mill 3 cards. If you control any zombies, gain 2 life or something like that. There's enchantment mills in green and black. But now you just need the creature, like a hideous creature to go into the graveyard. And then once that happens, like a creature that's just like, okay, that's ungodly, but who's going to cast that? Like, something that costs like 7 or 8, and you're like, who's really going to cast that in a real game? And then it's like, oh wow, okay. Oh. So, yeah, I think Nissa just needs one just creature, like an Eldrazi or something, It's like a creature, it's like, well... Because if you watch that match, I attacked with a land thinking it was the old Nissa. I'm like, oh, it's going to have Vigilance, and it's going to be a 3/3. Nope, didn't have Vigilance. I'm like, So she doesn't do a good job protecting herself. Because the old Nissa could protect itself. It would create a 3/3 that didn't stop at the end of the turn. So she does a horrible job at protecting herself. A loudspeaker. Yeah, but last game was just stupid. Like, here's a card that puts cards in... Or no, that's not it. But there's a lot of self-mill. Why is this in here? World Shaper, is that even in Zendikar? Why is it in here? Oh yeah, Lotus Cobra is actually the single-handedly, I think, the best card via mana cost, because you're getting 2 lands. I mean, like, you're literally, it's like growth spiral every turn, right? You drop a land, you get that, and then you get another color. So you're getting 2 colors. It's like growth spiral without drawing the card. That's really what it is. It's a guaranteed land. It's like a guaranteed growth spiral just without drawing the card. But yeah, absolutely, Lotus Cobra is going to be a staple. Yeah. There's just not a creature out there that's like, that says, what is this? Oh, wow. Wait a minute. Hold up. I just maybe talked out my butt. Wait a minute. Yeah, there she is. Non-token creatures you control are forests, lands in addition to other types. I think Lotus Cobras, they're just rare. They're just rare. They're just rare. Why don't we try... this little bad one. Get rid of this. I don't know. See, this is kind of cool, though. A non-legendary creature, because you could reoccur this through that. But, oops. Because I said all you need is like a stupid creature that gets big. And then I'm like, oh, there she is. I just found it. Or that. But outer gar. Let me take out these two. Put these two in. Alright, let's see how stupid we can make that. So stupid in a good way. The flip lands are rare, yeah. They're not mythic. I think. Yeah. Cool. I don't know if we can recreate that magic, but we can try. If we can. And bam. Alright, we'll keep it. That's a good card. Yeah, Lotus Cobra. And think about it, Lotus Cobra with Fabled Passage, because Fabled Passage comes into play, you get a land, sack it, you get another land. So you get a lot of mana for that. Yeah. Nice. Alright, so, like, watch a land hits. Add a blue. You lose it in phases. Crap. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't... It like, got rid of my... Do you have to use it immediately? Because I thought I'd be able to get Jace out there. Alright, so... just for the heck of it. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I misclicked. So we have I can play lands from my graveyard. That works well with Fabled Passage, actually. I don't know, it just must have been an error on the server. Ah, fuck, he's got reach. Okay, so if we blue. I want to be able to crank out a Jace the Mirror Mage. I'm not gonna, if I don't have to drop Ugin, I'm not going to. I want to be able to crank out a big Jace the Mirror Mage. Like copy this sucker. And just see, you know what I mean? Just to see what it can do. But, and I'll tell you what, this little combo right here, this little freaking, this thing, that's pretty big. Okay, so we can cast this from our graveyard. So this triggers twice. So we'll go green, blue. Then we'll sack this. I mean, we can get out Ugin next turn. I mean, that's not a problem. We can get out Ugin now. But, like, I just want to see how... blue. Blue. Like, we can get Ugin now. Do you guys want to see what this looks like? To see what happens? Like, I could drop Ugin and the game can be over. But, like, I mean, you know what I mean? You see where I'm getting from? Yeah, let's kick this. Oh, wait, what?
I understand.
I wanted to kick it like 1,000 times.
Minds are fragile. Hold them delicately.
Was there did I miss something? You can only kick her at once? Okay, that's nice to know. Alright. Unless I did something wrong.
Solving mysteries is my specialty.
Maybe I took too long for our opponent. Can you only kick it once? Wait, what was the... I'm trying to figure out what the rolling was. Was it multi-kicker? Let me actually write that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, because I was trying to think back to the old. You needed like say multi-kicker. I'm trying to think back to way back in Magic the Gathering. I think there's a so that wow, that makes Jace like just. Okay, so that card is not even gonna get like that card's not gonna get busted at all. Man, that's not even gonna get busted. There's no way. I mean, I guess though it's still good because I mean, for 5 mana, you scry 2, you draw. No, that's a lot of mana, man. That's a lot of mana. The scry 2 and draw. Yeah. So okay, so now that we're finding out what the rulings are, I'd probably say the planeswalkers are kind of. I'd probably say that the rares are like I think if that's the case, Lotus Cobra I think is like the best, one of the better cards in the format or in Zendikar. Then I would say that this thing, Ancient Greenwarden, is definitely a great card. I mean, just to have a 5/7 reach for 6, where you can play lands from your graveyard, that's just good enough. I mean, that's decent. But yeah. So that's cool. I mean, we found out what it... Okay, so far we created like 300 insects. Let me see. So so now that we know the real ruling on this, you can only kick it once. Fertile Footsteps. Oh, that thing. Yeah, and Lotus Cobra, yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll play it again. See if we can get 300 insects again and break, almost break the shuffler. See, now that you can only kick Jace one time, I forgot about multi-kickers. Yeah, you're paying 5 to basically scry 2 and then draw a card. And just hope you don't get murdered on the card that you draw. I'll keep it. Alright. Lotus Cobra, we're still top decking light. Dark, with Team or Clover, you just take out the that one card that searches for a creature or a land. Yeah, that's what you'd have to cut. And then you have to cut. Well, they typically only run like 2 of those, so you'd have to cut 2 of something else. I don't know if I'd cut that. Escape the Wilds is pretty good. Okay, we're getting nothing but blue land, y'all. Crap. So let's just bring him out. Just as himself.
I've only scratched the surface of Zendikar's mysteries. I love learning.
And there's all of our land. Okay. Yeah, that evolving thing, it can single-handedly win you the game, especially when your back's up against the wall in Lucky Clover.
This wasn't part of my plan. I overanalyzed the situation.
All right. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. They can kill this with Omnoth. It's also cool what they're doing with Lotus Cobra, Rada, and Omnoth. Yep. Yeah, if you just type in flare. I got one for Macho.
Oh yeah!
Chewbacca. I had Eddie Murphy. I put Eddie Murphy on here, but speaking of Terror of the Beaks, alright. I mean, I'm disappointed you can only kick Jace once. It's like being a kid and like on Christmas find out that Santa isn't real. I'm that disappointed. Well, I'll play it out because I have no idea what he's doing. We'll just do black, even though it doesn't really matter.
Stay one step ahead of death. Skyclaves, the roar. Knowledge is a skeleton key.
Okay, well, I mean, we're dead, but it sucks too. You actually have to like reveal the card. To be honest, Narset was better. It's kind of like you're putting a an opt on a Narset. That's all Jace is. It's like if you kick him, you're putting an opt on Narset, basically. Man, I was disappointed. Had all that mana. It's like, I'm gonna kick her, Jace. Let's just do this. Oh, you can only kick him once. Ah. I guess it's good for standard though, right? Because then you can break it pretty easy. Yo. Well, if you guys have any crazy ideas, because we got 1.8 million gems, so. Nah, I didn't have board wipers. Because when we created like 300, what was it like? We created like 300 insects off a Scute Swarm, an ancient green garden. I think Ugin's just good enough. I think we got to replace Jace. Like, honestly, Teferi Master of Time is better in this deck because you can discard a card and then bring a land from your graveyard back into play. Or just run extinction events. Just to protect us in the early game. Or just completely be degenerate and run Omnoth. And just run 5 colors. What if I did that? What if I just did this, made these adjustments? I don't know if they'll work. No, let's get rid of Jace. What was I thinking? I was thinking Jace out. I don't know. If I was making this more competitive, I would probably honestly take out the Nissas and put in extinction events. And because like that's what I'd probably do, and probably put Nissa as a sideboard card in that scenario, because there's 3 win conditions. We can win by creating a bunch of insects if you can pull it off. We can win with Ugin, just like Sultai used to. Or just run Terror of the Peaks in here. Really? Because I mean, think about Terror of the Peaks with this. With Ashia. Its power and toughness is equal to the number of lands you control. You get Terror of the Peaks out there. Oof. Oof. Alright, let's just try something. Let's try it. Lotus Cobra. Yeah, but Lotus Cobra on Fable Passage. Here we go. I think this might be the most hated land on the planet. Every single time somebody sees that, it's like, oh, Sultai. Sorry, you couldn't get away from it. In Standard, Sultai. Historic, Sultai. Like, well, hello. Nice. You could even get out Baneslayer Angel really quick with Lotus. That's another deck that I'm going to build later on tonight. It's going to be an accelerated life gain, but like with like Baneslayer. Because you can get, with Lotus Cobra, you can get Baneslayer out there pretty quickly. They have the green-white flip lands. So your mana base would be solid. Green. Ugh, I don't know what to do. We're gonna bring out mitigated lands. Mitigation path. Let's just do that. It's not gonna matter. And then next turn we just drop down Fable, get a land off Lotus Cobra, sack it, get another land off Lotus Cobra, and just drop you Ugin. Yep. And the only reason why we didn't see these decks perform well, by the way, the Omnoth decks and stuff like that, is because we just killed our rogue deck. Just killed them too quickly, like the rogues. Look at this thing. Wait, it's only 5 mana. All right. So we'll drop this. Choose blue. See this? See how you're getting so much mana out of Fable Passage? Look, drop down Ugin.
Always consider the consequences of your freedom. Silence.
Looks like I got another Lotus Cobra for you, pal. Let's see here. So how this work? Other forest non-token creatures you control are forest lands. Oh, that works with our insects. Okay. Thing's a freaking 8/8 for 5.
My flame.
Oh, and you can tap it for mana too.
Beyond perception.
I'm telling you, I think the best card so far is Lotus Cobra and the Ancient Greenwarden. Because whether we beat the decks or we play with it personally, people have been trying their life with those cards. Alright, so we're going to cultivate. Bring out a blue.
Time is fragile, yet it chews through the strongest metals.
Cost 6. Let's see here.
I do love a good puzzle.
Ghost fire. My greatest.
And what's cool with
creation.
Teferi, if you have the Agent Greenwarden, you could always bring you may cast lands from your graveyard So when you ditch the lands with the Fury, what the heck is happening here? When it enters the battlefield, create one more plane. Oh, that would work in this deck too. This little sucker. Remember when we created like 300 insects? Those things would be on steroids. Alright, Q. We'll just phase it out. Let's blow it up for one. You actually blow it up for 0. Let's just drop this guy, create some insects.
Is unwritten.
I'll think of something.
Oh no. Oh, look at that. Over under. Are we gonna create 100 insects next turn? What's the over under on this one? Yeah, what's the over-under on this one? 100 insects or no? Next turn. We got the Warden. We got a Fable Passage. That's kind of cool. I mean, between Lotus Cobra and Dahadrad, you can mana fix quite heavily. Unless you're playing against like board wipes, then that eliminates that idea. I'm not going to do too much because I don't want them to quit. Don't do it.
Ideas, 9 seconds are fleeting.
Okay, we're going to play that. Oh, plus we got a Lotus Cobra. Oh, I didn't even see that. This is going to get utterly ugly. Guys, and we can tap them all for mana. That's a sick part. I think. No, non-tokens. Okay. Oh. Here we go. Oh, we're gonna break it. We almost broke Arena. We're gonna do it again. Because we got another land, guys. Oh my god, it's not even done. I'm gonna attack him this turn. I'm gonna kill him. But I just... Because he's been patient. I'm like 270. Look. We're gonna break it. And I still have another Fable Passage in my hand. Alright, I'm gonna stop after that. Good game. Because I think he's gonna quit. Ah, he quit! Ah, I just knew it. I was just like, I just wanted to, I was gonna kill him that turn. I didn't. We had 178 more to go. So let's see that battlefield for a second. We had 178 more to go. We had 80, 56. That's 136 plus 11. We had 147 out and 178 to go. So 147 out. Oh, at 147 in. So we had 325. Plus, I had another Fable Passage. So. It's the second time I'm almost broke it. This is the second time. Oh, boy. It was like, bam. Yep. But yeah, some of the emojis I dropped for you guys is you have to type in the command though. Is like Let me see if I just get it with just okay, never mind. You have to do that, the command thing. And then I got Mach.
Oh yeah!
I got Chewbacca, but I think I just put in Chew. Yeah, all those tokens in Winota. You know what? Why not? Why wouldn't we? Let me clone the deck. We can take out Nissa, right? We can take out Nissa, add in red. Take out my black sources. Is there Triome? That's red, green, and red, green, and what do we need? Red. Oh, there isn't. Oh yeah, but we need white. Yeah, but we still need white for We need white. Red, blue, white. Yeah, I think this is the trial we want right here. So take these out. Because this will give us the red, the white, nah, actually I don't like that. I like this one. Okay, we need to take this one out and go blue-red. Let's just make it easy on ourselves here. Oh, it's on basic, got me stuck. Wait, I want lands. Craft. That makes sense. Alright, hey, Gurus. Man, you missed some crazy stuff, Gurus. We almost broke the Arena Shuffler twice. I think I clipped that. If somebody wants to clip it, you can go ahead and do that if you want to go through the video. It would be on, if you're rewatching this, it would be on whatever, like after 5 hours, at the 5-hour mark. Well, we could have had more, but the person quit. We had a Fabled Pass. We had another Fabled Passes that we could have had. We would have had 325, plus then we would have had 2 other triggers. So we would have had, like, I don't know, over 1,000 probably. But they quit. So, I mean, they were cool. You know, they should have quit a long time ago. They let us get to, like, whatever. So I get it. So now we're just trying to put Winota in the deck and then attack with like 300 insects and put Winota in there. Oh, you know what though? Winota wouldn't help. You know why? Because we don't have humans. I forgot about that part. Dark, it was a good idea. Dark was like, we're already degenerate, so let's be more degenerate. Put in Winota. And I'm like, you know what? Let's do that. And I thought about, like, we don't have any humans. Like, what are we going to do? Just scare our opponent? Like, we have 100 insects and we have Winota out. We're just going to, like, the Halloween edition, just scare you, but not do anything. But are there any broken humans? Like, I mean, Kenrith is pretty, you know, bullish, but is there any, like, broken Zendikar humans? Oops. Okay, cool. Is there any... human? Hold on, guys. Alright guys, sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. Kenrith is like the best human. I don't know if it's worth the fetch, Kenrith. What the heck is this? Whenever an equipped creature you control attacks, you draw a card and lose 1 life. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card, and you may put a land card from... That's got blue in it. So he's arguably the best human. Oh, he's legendary too. I think Kenrith is really. Let's just say we were to go with Kenrith. Just to see. Oh wait, craft. Maybe we can find a human. At the beginning of your combat, you may have target non-artifact creature control. Okay. The humans are pretty passive. I mean, there's a lot of them. That's why Winota's really good. But for what we're trying to do, well, we're just trying to look for something to activate Winota, really. So I guess Kerplunk. Oh, that's legendary. That's right. Kenrith is legendary. Kerplunk. Alright, well let me look for that 6-1. This is. Let's just craft them. Yeah, really Winota just beats you just by just the sheer volume of creatures that can unload in one turn. Pretty insane volume. We could actually make this a little bit more. Okay, we could take out Euro Titan, and we can add in. What was I just gonna say? What was I gonna say? Euro Titan and oh yeah. so the next thing is changing the color base. Well, here's the thing. Like, we'll try the deck. I don't think it'll be successful. Here's the reason why. You need, like, creatures to trigger Winota off. Because at least with Ugin, you have a back door to win. Like, with this, you're kind of really relying upon these little things. Big time. I mean, I guess this thing becomes... I guess these become less valuable in the deck. And we can go with Goose. Pretty wonky deck. Still have a lot of green sources, so let's see. I'm a little wonky. Let me see. Go red. How many more mountains do I need? Alright, I need 14 more land. Okay, or 13 more. I need 14 land, so 7 and 7. I'm gonna go. I need more red. Oops. Okay, so I need land, okay. Red green, yeah, those will work. So red green will work. Should be green. Isn't there green white? Yeah. Is it? I thought there was green white. There was a green white land in here. Wasn't there? Yeah, it's right there. Okay, well, I gotta be careful with how many lands I'm putting because I want to draw mana here. I need basics. No. So let me stop the craft and let me take that out. Let me board in. Okay, I have 20 land. Okay, so let me board in 2 planes. Wait, there's 2. Four mountains. And a forest. $28 lands is a little bit much. Take out a plains and put in a gilded goose. Alright. I'll try that. $26 creatures. We'll try it. I'm not saying it's gonna work, but we'll just try it. It's an idea. We'll rely on the gilded goose and stuff like that. Let's see. It works. It's got Lotus Cobra. We'll have to see. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, there's our goose. Well, let's put Lotus Cobra out there. You know, Lotus Cobra would be a perfect place to put in the in the Gruul deck, kind of. No. All right, so the mana base looks good. That's the good part. think we're just gonna straight up just hard cast Terror of the Peaks here. So if you didn't catch our rogue deck earlier, I built a rogue deck. That was pretty good. I think we went 8 and 2 with it. It was very easy to play too. Yep. So whenever this deals damage to an opponent, they can mill a card. If the opponent has 8 or more cards in their graveyard, they can sacrifice this and draw a card. Drop Terror of the Peaks again. Lock these in that. Q. Yep, and that's how if there's a game where we got 3 Ugins because of this card. They were playing with everybody was playing with that deck. It had 4 Genesis Ultimatums, 4 Ugins, Lotus Cobras, but they just couldn't beat us because see how he just took our Terror of the Peaks? This card is going to be so good. Return on, I'm just going to tell them I'm thinking, even though we're not. But, I just want to explain to what they're doing. So, return an unblocked attacking rogue, and then put this on the battlefield tapped and attacking, and then when this deals damage to a player, you grab a permanent from their graveyard and put it on the battlefield. So we literally took 3 Ugins, and dear God, I don't know how we won that one. Anyway, Q. You know what? We're gonna have go to Goose. Smack that for 0. And there's a life gain deck for later tonight where we can get I think we can get Baneslayer out pretty quickly with Lotus Cobra. And go to just get Bane's like life gain. You know that one card that has a life gain where it's that win condition life gain thing. I wrote down 4 decks last night. Well, like the idea of 4 decks. One was the rogue deck. The other was kind of sort of the deck that I created, where we had a bunch of insect tokens. Alright, so what the heck? Alright. Destroy target creature. If that spell is kicked, destroy. It's not that bad. He can take another Terror of the Peaks. Dang it. We gotta block that. Good game. We'll try the deck one more time. We had a good hand. It's just that one card is pretty good. Like we won 8 and 2, I mean, think about, I mean, like, we beat the crap out of really good decks. Like, that Genesis Ultimatum Ugin deck, that's going to be a main deck. That's going to be a constructed... Because everybody and their mother was trying to build that. Okay, it's a 1/1 elemental, can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Whenever land enters battlefield control. It gets +2/+2. Let's see here. You know, let's bring this insect down. Heck yeah. Woo! Cultivate. Roll. Brings down a mammoth. Whenever land enters the battlefield, got it. Green, red. So Winota is pretty cool, or we can just bring this guy out. That's pretty cool. Because you're guaranteed to land, so... It can't be blocked. Yeah, I agree too. I like what he's doing. Fan. Let's see here. He's gonna kill us before we can do anything. More than likely. So let's just try to be as degenerate as we can. That Lotus Cobra dying really sucks. Alright, here we go. Oh, we missed. Yeah, buddy. Oh. It took the wrong one. So he should be at 7. Actually, that's good, because we can actually block something with Winota. Heck is this? Whenever a land enters a battlefield, when you instep, if there are cards exiled, put them into your owner's graveyard. It can't be blocked by... It's one of those things, I just forget what he mutated. It can't be blocked by creatures 2 or less. I forget what he mutated. We can ping him to death. Should we try that? Oh yeah. Oh, I thought there would be more. Dang it. We need one more land. Okay, at the beginning of end step, if there are cards exiled with Vault Code expiration, put them into the owner's graveyard. When a land enters the battlefield and you control exile top card of your library, you may play that card. Exile at the beginning of your end step if there are cards. Okay. So from what I can tell, oh. Yeah, so this can't be blocked. Let me just get this off. I'm gonna risk it. Is there anything he can do? He can be blocked by 2 or less. Okay, I got it. We'll risk it. Go down to 1. Okay. No, that wasn't smart. Okay, so... yeah, so it's that new card. It's the new card. It's just 2 or less. It's that, we'll just type in landfall. It's so hard to keep track of that mutate crap. Alright, it's this guy. It can't be blocked by creatures of power 2 or less. So we just couldn't block it, that's all. Because we just had a bunch of little insects and stuff like that. That's all. But he had a cool concept. Alright guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Choose great taste. Choose great.
coffee in the big time, yeah. Cup of coffee in the big time, because he'll never get closer than now. I will not let this opportunity slip through my fingers. Cup of coffee, man, yeah. Man! Wow, man, freak out!
Hi guys, I should be back in a couple more minutes. I've been actually, I don't know if you know this, but I've been actually live streaming for about 6.5 hours so far. And it took a lot of prep before I even started. But yeah, so if you're new, feel free to follow. You can go ahead and do that. Also subscribe if you want. But basically, yeah, so there's a lot of prep that went into it. I spent quite some hours looking things up. But anyway, so what I'm going to be doing is for the next thing is also to, if you want to, go ahead and I'll be giving away a free MTG Arena code, so go ahead in the chat if you want to participate in that. And just type in the keyword code. So you can go ahead and do that in the chat. And I'll be giving a code away for MTG Arena that you can use possibly towards Zendikar. Or, let's just face it, everybody's going to need cards because you're going to be probably facing your first set rotation ever on MTG Arena. And in fact, it pretty much almost is. So I would go ahead and do that if you wanted to. If not, that's fine. Just go ahead and type it in the comment section if you want to. So I'm just going to take a couple more minutes of break. So I hope you've been enjoying your day. It's kind of weird how it kind of fell because the set doesn't release until Friday, officially, the physical release, but it's just kind of like middle of the week right? It's kind of like an oddball day. So it's like when a holiday kind of falls on a weekday. So anyway, that's what I'll be doing in the next couple minutes, and then we'll dive into some decks and keep on doing like that. The draft hasn't been that plentiful for Zendikar. I don't know why, but not a lot of people drafting it at all. So far my takeaway is that the best card, I think I showed it. It can die to a lot, but I truly think the Cobra is the best deck, is maybe one of the better cards. I've always thought that. It's a card that stood out to me. So the Lotus Cobra, you just get so much value out of it. But that being said, so again, it's just going to be a couple more minutes. I'm going to take the break here, and then we'll be back at it for a little bit. But yeah, we had some memorable matches, so if you want to check that out. So I'm going to go ahead and put the deck I first started with, which is really a smooth deck that I think would be a mainstream deck in standard. It's just so easy to play. It's curved. What are we curved at? 2.3. I mean, Rakdos is curved at like 1.8. So this is pretty fast. It's a pretty fast deck. And you can do a lot. I mean, this kind of has the Scarab God beneath it. It's minus ability. I mean, it deals combat damage to a player, and you get a permanent from their graveyard. Well, when you're milling them half to death, it's good enough. Now, I think this card, Ruin Crab, is going to translate more into Modern for the Modern mill decks. But Lotus Cobra is certainly going to be a good card. I think this is a good set. Obviously, the lands and everything. I don't think it's as overpowered as people thought it was going to be. And I don't think it's as underwhelming as some people thought it was going to be either. So, I think its power level is a little bit below Eldraine so far, from what I can tell. But certainly a pretty strong set. So, you can tell me what you think, but that's just my opinion so far. These are pretty cool. I think they're more favored in 2-color decks than they are 3. So that's just my experience just playtesting today. I think they're really good in 2 colors. 3, you start to get in that murky territory. Unless you're playing with like a Mardu Knights deck. And then I think Mardu Knights could handle the 3 spot. But I'm going to leave this up. I just thought I'd do some quick explaining before all that. So anyway, I'm going to jump on another quicker. But yeah. So that's really that. But yeah, so far, yeah, I think that's been the card that a lot of people have been really trying to work with. Whether it's been us trying to do it or our opponents, I'd probably say the number 1 card played with so far in Zendikar. People really just utilizing it. And it's kind of like a growth spiral every turn kind of thing. So I think that's cool. The lands stand out. And yeah. So be right back in a couple minutes.
This is an app.
Dishwasher. 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 Dishwasher.
hard. But we were traveling mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
right. Back. All right. So, yeah, this deck is pretty much turbocharged. Let's see. Let's see here. So, this deck, I think it's superior. Alright, it'll be a good deck. We know the tokens. We had some fun ones with this one. The new deck. So, why don't we roll out this one? This is one where we almost broke the shuffler twice. So, or the shuffler. God. The arena client. I don't know if anybody watched football. Here we go. So, I'm jumping here. Okay, so self-mill. Alright, Q. Alright, drop down a Trion. Alright. It's a Euro Titan. Yeah, and this Nissa doesn't protect herself that well. Really great card right there too. Boy. I'm gonna grab 2 basic lands here. On the battlefield. I don't think we're going to be able to bust it this time. Yep, and that's going to be a fast one. So I don't know what you guys think about Zendikar so far. I think it's pretty good. Let's see right here. All right. Zendikar Rising. So yeah, I don't know how red would do in that deck. There's already a fast red deck. Let's see here. Let's see, right. Oh. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and go back to... So if you look at the Rogue Mill deck, that seems to be a pretty popular deck. Now this thing, we almost broke the Shuffler twice. Or the Arena client twice, just by creating too many tokens. So... But this Rogue Mill, it's got some legs to it. So that's really been the thing. So we can go back to that real quick and test that water out. Let's call it Rogue Mill. Then have another deck later for life gain. See if we can kind of do some things. Test out the mechanics of Zendikar. Wow, it's here. Isn't that crazy? It's already September. Alright. Guys, as far as Zendikar goes, the last that I know, physical product. The next physical product, the second wave is going to be next week. So, like, my local game store had no issues with Zendikar whatsoever. Anyway, so we'll also be opening up a box of that as well. Alright, so let's dive in. Our hand right here. This has been a stud. We're going to keep our hand. But you have to understand, so it's got flash. Return an untapped rogue. We have 21 of them in the deck to your hand. And then have this come into play tapped and attacking. When this deals damage to a player, you just grab a card from their graveyard and literally just put it into play under your control. Grab a permanent. We grabbed 3 Ugins in one match. Alright. So we're going to have this come in as a blue. And this says whenever it deals damage to a player, that player mills a card. And then if they have 8 or more cards in their graveyard, you can sack it, draw a card. And that's what makes it so dangerous. Then whenever a rogue comes into play, you mill them for 2 cards. So what we're going to do here is drop this down for black. Now when a rogue comes into play, mill them for 2. Then this is going to mill them again. And if they have 8 or more cards, this gets Death Touch and +2/+1. Alright, we're going to drop down Ruin Crab. Drop this down. Gargoyle. So there you go. And their deck appeared to be a life gain deck. Alright, I'm not going to drag this out too much. Alright, so this deck can beat you not only with just the speed of what it can do, but just the disruption. A lot of people playing 2-3 different colors. You mill them, they don't get the right lands. So, not that bad of a deck to jump in. Drive in. Okay. Alright, so alright guys, so here's what I'm gonna do. Trying to see.
He's gone. He's gone. You better run from where he's gone. He's gone.
If sex is a problem.
So here's what I tell you guys to do. I'm gonna get off here, and I'm gonna kind of do some stuff here. I'm gonna get back on later. Because I don't want to keep on taking breaks, but I have to eat. So if you want to check things out, if you want to follow, go ahead and do that. If you want to donate, go ahead and do that. Also, I'll be doing MTG Arena code giveaway, so I'll be doing that later. I just want to do some inventory, also take on some challenges from other people and line that up, maybe for later tonight. From the looks of it, it looks like a lot of people are kind of pooping out. because we started early start, so it looks like a lot of people are just kind of like pooping out and crashed. So with that being said, let me see what I can grab here, but I am going to sign off. But again, feel free to follow, and like I said, there should be new stuff in there for you guys to play around with. But I will see you in a little bit later on tonight. If you're still up, it's the middle of the week. It feels like a Friday or Saturday for me. Alright guys, thanks for all those that kind of chatted, stayed in. And I should be live like around 10:30. It's a fair time. Alright. Alright guys, well, feel free to follow, and thank you for watching.